So this Tiermaker, I did not make this. Somebody else made this template with all the characters. I'm assuming this person, Clara. Thank you, friend, for making this so I didn't have to. The only thing I did was change, they had like S, A, I think, B, C, like an actual ranking of the characters, whereas that's not what we're doing. We're putting them in Hogwarts houses, so I just changed this part. So like there's characters here that I couldn't even tell you what their names are. So there, you know, I don't know if we're gonna sort them. I mean, who's this? Who's this? Like, I don't know. No Muggle section. You want a Muggle section? I put Wizard Prison. And you want a Muggle section?
Wizard Prison.
They even have the no-name NPC portraits. Yeah, they have everybody. So... Muggle.
I think it is a Plague Doctor. It's one of the, like,
For a
dark
cat.
magicians.
Well, this isn't working. You get it. Cat's demanding a Muggle section. I guess pink or gray. Well, I think Azkaban is gray. Okay, pink. There you go. Now you want a squib tier? Okay, this is getting very intense.
This is
I guess
getting out of hand.
I guess we could put all the characters that we don't want to rank in Muggle and squib categories. All right. Squib. And you can be somewhat pink as well. Okay. There you go. We're not including a mudblood section, Leish. Okay.
Hey, no swear words.
So, why are these... Hold on. There we go. Okay, it should be easier to see. Now, today, we are sorting the Fire Emblem Three Houses characters into Hogwarts houses. Again, what do we know about Edelgard's father? Like, I don't know if we can really sort him, but, you know, we're gonna sort the main characters at least. I'm joined by Eco, my husband.
Hi, most of you probably know me.
Well, this might be going up in the archive channel, so people may not know you.
Well, you guys don't know me, so hello. It's good to meet you.
Before we get started, did you want to go over a quick, like, what each house is, just in case people aren't familiar?
Wait, you want me to go over that?
I brought you on this stream for a reason. And that reason is to do work.
I see. I see what that is all about now.
Missiles Girl, thank you so much for the resub for 48 months. Missiles Girl says, hello, I've returned. I'm on spring break, so I can actually watch a stream without lurking. Oh, that's so exciting. Welcome back, Missiles Girl. Have fun on your break.
I hope you're having a fun break.
Yeah.
So, should I hear music, or did you not put any music on?
I'm only screen sharing the website, the webpage. So you're not going to hear...
Okay.
Yeah, I figured out how to do that so I don't have to share OBS. So you can't hear music. Yeah.
Okay.
You have to play your own music.
I'm just gonna play my own music in the background. You guys won't know what I'm listening to. But yeah, the tiers that we have here are the Houses of Hogwarts, which is from Harry Potter. I can't imagine that anybody wouldn't know that. But yeah, Gryffindor House is gonna value bravery, courage. Am I missing any other traits? Because that's pretty much it. Like the good guys, all the good guys go to Gryffindor.
No, we're not doing that. I would say daring would be a Gryffindor trait. We are specifically not doing Gryffindor equals good, Slytherin equals bad, okay? I'm just putting that out there because that's not true. And it's a common misconception. Not every Gryffindor is good. Looking at you, Peter Pettigrew, you piece of crap. Not all Slytherins are bad. So, yeah.
All the good guys fuck Luna Lovegood. Hey, Luna Lovegood, you don't know what her intentions are. All that quirkiness, it could just be a facade. She's the real mastermind.
Chivalry too. Yeah, Gryffindors definitely have the chivalry thing going. I think they also have the daringness to a fault in some cases where they're a little too bold and it makes them a little reckless compared to some of the other houses. So
yeah, like Umbreon said, recklessness is a trait.
Yeah, definitely. So that's Gryffindor. Moving on to the Puffs, Hufflepuff, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff. They're all in there.
So Hufflepuff House values fairness and honesty.
And loyalty.
So Hufflepuff House is represented by Professor Sprout, who's just a very kind, fair, loving person. Just like seems like somebody who'd be very easy to get along with. I keep saying fairness, but they really value fair play.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Cedric Diggory. That's his name.
The only Hufflepuff of note.
All I could think of was Rob Pattinson. And that's
Close
who
enough.
plays him.
Close enough.
Cedric
Also hard
Diggory,
work,
so
yes.
if you've read Goblet of Fire, I don't think the movie does as good of a job at showing this, but in Goblet of Fire, even though, they're competing in the Triwizard tournament, Cedric Diggory is even though he's a little bit full of himself, but he's still very much he wants the rules to be followed. He wants all of his competitors to have an equal chance as he does. And he and Harry kind of come to have an understanding over that time, even though he's older, he's more skilled, he's kind of the rightful Hogwarts champion, because obviously, well, spoiler, but Harry really isn't supposed to be there. And they all kind of know that.
He's a literal child. You're supposed to be an adult to be able to be in the tournament.
Cedric comes to accept him, and they have a mutual respect, and he's... let's see, who else? I think
he's kind of like the, I don't know, like poster child for Hufflepuff, because we really unfortunately don't get to see a lot of Hufflepuffs.
No, you don't. Now, is it true, or am I making this up, that I know that Neville goes on to become the herbology professor as his career, but does he become the head of Hufflepuff House?
I doubt it.
Okay, I made that up.
It seems to me that the heads of houses were that house. Like McGonagall was a Gryffindor, Snape was Slytherin. But I don't know. They don't really, I don't think she ever said. But yeah,
okay,
he does go on to be a professor.
Right, I thought that was just chance. That like it was that way at the time, but it wasn't necessarily a rule.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think that's ever been stated, but
nobody else is agreeing with me, so I made that up. But yeah, anyway, that's gonna be your Hufflepuffs, kind of like really, really fair, amiable people, who don't really, they might not have like the courage and the daring that the Gryffindor students do. But, if they see, somebody trying to be a little underhanded, maybe a little shady, they would definitely speak up for that. I don't know. Do you have anything else to add, or are we moving on to Ravenclaw?
The only Hufflepuff I can think of besides Cedric was the one that was like thinking that Harry was the heir of Slytherin in the second book, and then he gets like petrified or something. Ernie, I think his name is Macmillan, or something. But yeah, unfortunately, you don't really see a lot of Hufflepuffs, so we don't have a lot of examples to go on. But that pretty much sums up Hufflepuff, I would say.
So Ravenclaw. Oh, and Cat for the win is our resident Hufflepuff rep.
Cat wave.
If you're interested in joining Hufflepuff House, Cat will be your main contact there. Put in a good word for you.
Kingdom Keeper, thank you for the resub for 24 months. Hey everyone, can't believe it's been 2 years since I've been subbed. Here's to many more months sub to this rocking community. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks.
Kuro, thank you so much for the resub for 37 months. Kuro says Hufflepuff power. Hufflepuff squad.
We've got some Hufflepuffs in the chat.
Oh, you're right, Umbreons. Ernie accused Harry, but Justin was the one who got petrified. Right. Yeah, they didn't really have much of a role. Aside from being, like, scared of Harry. Anyway. So, yeah, Ravenclaw?
So moving on to Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is Kita's house most of the time. Ravenclaw is intelligence, wisdom, wit, scholarship. Let's see, some notable Ravenclaws would be what?
Creativity would definitely be. Yeah.
So notable Ravenclaws are going to be Luna Lovegood, Professor Flitwick, who was a dueling champion before he was before he was the Charms Professor. Cho Chang, right?
Yep, she's a Ravenclaw. She was the chaser for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Fortunately, we don't know a lot about her either because we really only...
So the Raven, what?
I was just going to say, we only really see her kind of tied to Cedric. And then she dates Harry really briefly, and it's awkward.
Yeah. So, the Ravenclaws where I think the rest of the houses just have to, like, say a password when they enter their dormitories. The Ravenclaw students have to answer a question or a riddle that's posed by something, I guess a portrait.
That to be honest, that pissed me off. I'd sleep in the library. Not about that. Also, Ravenclaw seem to get some of the most awful people because Lockhart was a Ravenclaw, and so is Trelawney.
He was?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Bummer. And so is Trelawney, who is kind of a fraud. So, I mean, she gave like 2 correct predictions in her life. I guess that's something.
That's something.
Yeah. So the house head of Ravenclaw is the Riddler.
I guess so. He was expelled. That's why he became the Riddler. He was angry because his riddles went too far in Hogwarts and he was expelled.
That'd be something. Sorting the Batman characters into Hogwarts houses. So, yeah, Ravenclaw is very much about, like, scholarship, learning, creativity, thinking outside the box, being a little different. That's definitely kind of, like, where Luna fits. Because she's not so much necessarily book smart. She's much more creative and open-minded, which I think are all Ravenclaw traits. So, it's not just being smart.
Right. To enter the dorm, answer me these questions. What is the velocity of an unladen sparrow?
Professor Quirrell was also a Ravenclaw. That's the other one I was thinking of that I'm like, dang it.
Oh, damn.
Why are they all in my house?
Wow. So the last house of Hogwarts is, of course, Slytherin. And Slytherin is my house, even though, like, I tend to get either Slytherin or Ravenclaw when I take the tests. I feel like I maybe identify more with Slytherin. Slytherin's characteristics are cunning, ambition, great aspirations. Unfortunately, for better or worse, a desire or a love of power.
Mm-hmm.
Slytherins are they're very they're very ambitious, so they're going to tend to seek out power and great influence either by legitimate means or by more underhanded, sneaky methods, which has unfortunately given them a pretty bad reputation because, Slytherins of note, of course, Draco Malfoy and his cronies Crabbe and Goyle, who really suck. They should have been thrown out, but anyway. Tom Riddle, of course, Lord Voldemort himself was a Slytherin, as was, his ancestor was the founder of Slytherin House, Salazar Slytherin.
Some good Slytherins. I mean, I guess Snape is debatable whether he's quote unquote good or not, but he did do a lot to
Snape's
bring Voldemort debatable. Down.
He did. He
credit where credit's due.
He at least atoned for his sins.
Was he a bully? Yes, absolutely. But he did do a lot for the greater good, so,
The greater good.
I would also like to point out that Narcissa Malfoy, equally, even if it was kind of for selfish reasons, I mean, not really selfish, but like she was worried about her son, she did straight up lie to Voldemort that Harry, she said he was dead when he wasn't, which then later allowed Harry to get away, and then... kind of caused Voldemort's downfall in the end. So I would say Narcissa gets points for that.
Oh, yeah. Narcissa is for all her flaws, Narcissa is a great mother, and she put herself at risk of just straight up instant murder in order to protect her son, which is an example, I think, of how, just because you're in one house doesn't mean that those are the only traits you have, because that would be a very Gryffindor thing to do.
Yeah. Slughorn is also a Slytherin. Yes,
yep,
I believe so. And so was Regulus Black, who also made great sacrifices. He died trying to destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. So again, there are quite a few Slytherins that have really good traits as well. I don't know if it's ever stated if Andromeda was a Slytherin. I would assume so, because I think Sirius was really the only Gryffindor, wasn't he? Which would have put Andromeda... I think Andromeda was a Slytherin, but she ended up marrying a Muggle-born and then having Tonks. So from what we saw of Andromeda, she was really cool, and did a lot for the war effort. So presumably she was in Slytherin. So yeah, they're not just bad guys, and that's not how we're gonna be ranking characters. So
I'm looking in the back of this book. We have some of these special edition Harry Potter books that were UK releases, and they're all there's 4 sets of them, all the same books, but each set is themed after a different house. So here we have the Ravenclaw and the Slytherin ones, and I was just trying to see quickly if I could, because I know one of these has a list of notable historical Slytherins. I can't seem to find it quickly here, so...
Well, it seems like Andromeda was, according to chat. Mad Eye was a Slytherin, right? I don't know. Maybe. I could see that.
Yeah, I'm not finding it here. That's all right. I'm not going to go through all these books. Just thought I might be able to add something there, but...
Well, I mean, that pretty much sums it up.
Oh, and Pride.
Yes.
Pride is another characteristic of Slytherin.
So those are the houses. Then we have Azkaban, which is wizard jail. It's not a good place. You don't want to be there. It's guarded by Dementors who suck away all your happiness and make you very sad, and they have driven people to insanity just because they basically leave you with nothing but your worst memories And, if they kiss you, they'll suck out your soul. And then you're just a shell. So, pretty terrible place to be. Kat has requested that we have a Muggle tier. And chat requested a Squib tier. So, they're there. I don't know if we'll use them or not, but they're there.
Yeah, so, the Dementors are obviously, they literally are a personification of depression.
Yeah.
That's a real thing. So we're not just going to toss all the people that we don't like into Azkaban, because that's pretty shitty.
There's one person I might toss in there that I don't like.
Well, they might deserve it. But yeah, that's why we have a Muggle tier and a Squib tier.
Can we turn Squib to Ghost for all the characters that do nothing but die?
Wow. I don't know. I like that idea. Just dead. Dead tier.
All right. I am going to try to be objective as possible, because you all know I have opinions. And like I said, I'm going to try to be objective. I would like to start with Black Eagles, my babies.
Okay,
because
we can
I
start
love
with
them.
Black Eagles.
I did have them all. Okay, I did have them ordered by house. I went through and did that, and then it reset them by alphabetical order, so I will have to find them.
Oh.
So that's fun. All right, so why don't we start with Caspar? Caspar here.
Caspar's Gryffindor.
Well, you gotta tell me why.
Why? Because
why
Caspar
is he a Gryffindor, not a Squib?
Squib.
State your case.
We have to justify that they all start as Squibs, and we have to build the case first to get them into Hogwarts at all.
No, they gotta start as a Muggle, and then maybe them. All right,
I would say that I was gonna think that all of the students would end up in one of the four houses, but maybe not.
No, I was gonna put all the students in the four houses. Yeah.
I think he would be in Gryffindor because he's all about fighting, really. That's kind of his thing. He tends to be a brawler. That's what he specializes in. He definitely hates crime. He hates injustice. We see several examples of him just kind of jumping the gun a little bit with his. There's one where it's been a long time. It's been longer than I thought, but there's one where he sees somebody stealing bread or something. It's sort of like a Jean Valjean situation, and he wants to chase this person down and beat the crap out of them to get that loaf of bread back. And as Byleth, you can kind of temper his zeal a little bit. But yeah, he's not really one for scholarship.
No.
He is not self-serving because he's the second son of his house. So even though he's not going to inherit great wealth or position because his older brother is going to get that by default.
Mm-hmm.
So he does have to, while he has to build his own future, he wouldn't do it at the expense of other people. He's very much out there fighting for what's right.
Yep. I mean, I was going to say Gryffindor as well. I think Caspar is very easy. There's a couple characters that I'm conflicted about. Caspar is not one of them. He's very brave to a fault. It makes him a little bit reckless at times, but overall, I think, it's positive. But I just can't picture him in any of the other houses because I think he really embodies what a Gryffindor is.
I think, I agree with Umbreons. He could be a Hufflepuff because his arc is very much about seeking justice. But
Yeah.
he's got that reckless daring going on that I think pushes him over the edge into Gryffindor.
Yeah, I think he's a little too reckless to be a Hufflepuff. And I definitely think like he would value bravery more, maybe.
More
Hi,
than
Wildcat.
the justice.
But I can
Wildcat.
see that argument, Umbreons. We just got started, Wildcat. All right. So let's do Linhardt next.
Oh.
I think I'll do we'll do the boys first, and then I think Linhardt's pretty easy, actually. I think Linhardt's a Ravenclaw.
Yep.
Like through and through. He's lazy, but just because you're in Ravenclaw doesn't mean you're motivated. It doesn't mean that you're driven necessarily. I think Linhardt is very intelligent, and he does kind of think outside the box. He is very much interested in learning. He's just not very good at applying.
He's a scholar through and through. He likes knowing things just for the sake of knowing them, and kind of needs like another person to point him in the right direction to do something with that knowledge. He has no interest in advancing himself at all. He is, extremely lazy, but also extremely intelligent. I'm sure everybody's known at least one person like that.
Yeah.
He belongs there. He's going to be just spending his days either sleeping or reading and studying.
Yeah, he definitely does not have the Slytherin ambition at all.
Nope.
So,
not even close.
No, and he doesn't have the kind of drive or that Gryffindors do to act. He likes to kind of observe passively if he can and just learn. So, yeah, I think Linhardt's a good fit for Ravenclaw.
Linhardt would be the guy that he would be the guy that would be fun to talk to if you had something in particular to talk about and you wanted to learn something from him, but he'd also be the person that would just offer advice and knowledge and criticism when you didn't want it.
Yeah, we see that with his interactions with other people.
Yeah.
So
You're trying to assemble the Avengers down there?
Yeah, I'm assembling the Black Eagles as we have this discussion. Okay, so I like I said, I think Linhardt's fairly straightforward. I don't really see him in any of the other houses. He doesn't really have those traits.
He doesn't belong.
No. All right, Ferd. He is Ferdinand von Aegir.
He is Ferdinand von Unknown. I really don't
Ferdinand
know.
Von Aegir.
I don't know because he's so full of himself when when we first meet him. He's just so arrogant that he's not arrogant in the way that some of the others are, but he believes that he is better than everybody else.
The stream check just played a Superman 64 sound.
What?
Well, I was playing, I am Ferdinand von Aegir, and then the stream deck was like, hey, how about a Superman sound?
I am Ferdinand
I can't hear the
von
stream,
Aegir.
so he does have ambition, and that's why I'm kind of split between I'm kind of split between Slytherin and Hufflepuff because
I have a different thought actually.
He could kind of go. I could see him being in Gryffindor. But not really to the extent. I just think he's a little bit too self-absorbed.
Really?
For Gryffindor.
I disagree.
Wait, are we going only by pre-time skip or post-time skip or both?
I would say as a whole, kind of like an average.
Because some of them really do have some good arcs, and he's one of them.
Yeah, I'm interested to debate this with you because I think Ferdinand is a Gryffindor, and here's why. Ferdinand, I mean, he is brave and chivalrous, like very chivalrous. That is like kind of his deal. I can understand that, like, the ambition to like be better than Edelgard, and like it's very annoying that he's always kind of like trying to one up her and stuff. So I can see a little bit of Slytherin there. However, I don't think Ferdinand does those things necessarily for himself. I think Ferdinand is more, it's more about he sees the role that he has to play, and he sort of thinks about that above all. So like for him, it's very much, I am a noble and I need to act a certain way. It is my duty to, you know, kind of like take care of certain tasks, I have certain duties. He doesn't really look down on other people. The way that some other characters do that I think would make them be more Slytherin than him. I think he's trying to better himself to basically be a better leader. Even if he does every now and then have some selfish tendencies, I don't think that's really who he is at his core. I think he's more about like, he knows he's going to be in power someday. Like he's going to take over for his father. And I think he wants to do the best job that he can in that role. So I think a lot of his drive comes from that. So I don't really see that as being selfish. I see that as more being noble, you know?
Those are good points. And I guess it's not my stream, so that's the
What?
answer.
The whole point is to have a discussion.
I think you might be right. I think I might be remembering him incorrectly. Because remember, it's been a long time since I actually played this.
Yeah, I mean, pre-time skip Ferdinand is definitely more trying than post-time skip. Like, he's very competitive with Edelgard. But again, I still think that because he says to, I think it's to Hubert, that he wants to be a good advisor to her. So in his mind, he needs to be better than her so that he can properly advise her. It's not the best logic, don't get me wrong, but I don't think his motivations are selfish. I don't think I don't think he just wants power for the sake of power. I think it's more like he knows that he's going to get it because of his birthright. He's proud of it, sure, but he does see it as a duty as opposed to sort of just status, which is how some other characters, which we'll get to, I would put, there are other characters that are very similar to Ferdinand, but I would put them in Slytherin just because I think their motivations are more selfish or more self-serving, whereas his, I don't think that's true. I think he genuinely wants to make things better, and I think he wants to be a good, I think he does want to be a good advisor to Edelgard, and he challenges Hubert a couple times on things that Hubert does. Like when Hubert disobeys her and does something that he's not supposed to do because Hubert's like, well, it's for her own good, so I'm going to do it anyway. Ferdinand's like, yo, we can't do this. So he will also speak out. You know, he's not afraid to speak his mind and stand up when he doesn't, you know, when he disagrees. So I don't know. I see him as more of a Gryffindor.
I don't know. It says if we can't come to a decision, it's Azkaban, huh? So, wow.
Wow, Lacius. Damn.
Yeah, the hat can't work it out, man. Sorry, you're a muggle.
He's a hat stall for sure.
I don't know. I think I would go with Gryffindor now.
Have I made my argument well?
Yeah, I think so. I would put him in Gryffindor.
Can only see him as a Hufflepuff. I would say he's more Hufflepuff than Slytherin. He does have loyalty, but I also think he has kind of a sort of code within himself. I don't think he would be like blindly loyal, though. You know what I mean? I think he would stand up against something that he, like his family, for example. I mean, not early on. He's pretty, you know.
But he does come to see flaws.
Yes.
As he works with the others, and especially as he gets to know some of the lowborn people, as opposed to like the ones that come from noble families. I'm thinking particularly of Dorothea, how he starts out and really like he doesn't even know how to relate to her at all, because they came from like different planets, but he does like eventually come to see life from their perspective, and he adjusts.
I think too, Ferdinand, I don't think he intentionally is looking down on other people. Like, I don't think he's intentionally looking down on commoners. I think he's just ignorant. You know, he's young and he hasn't really talked to a lot of commoners, but I don't get the same vibe from him that I do from other characters who definitely have more of an obsession with status.
And I've been there. Everybody probably has. It's like, yeah, he's very young and just hasn't mingled with a lot of different people that are different from himself and his family. So, and yeah, once he does, he sees their value and doesn't continue to like hold himself above them, except in the sense like toward the end where he kind of recognizes the power that he has and wants to use it like for the betterment of other people in the world. So yeah, I would go with Gryffindor.
Well, some people in chat are still saying Hufflepuff. What do you guys think?
I wasn't aware that the chat was is this a parliamentary floor?
I'm curious about their opinions. Not everyone in Gryffindor is going to be flawless. No, definitely. And that's what I mean. It's not a good or bad. No house is good or bad, you know? I'm sticking with Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Time for a parliamentary vote. We can do a poll if you want. We'll do a poll. We'll make it interactive.
Putting it to the house vote over here.
Yeah, the house vote. New poll. Bird. Actually, no, I'm going to title it, My Name is Ferdinand von Eyre.
Well, while we're waiting for those results,
Gryffindor.
I'm a piece, so I'll be right back.
Gryffindor? That's not it. Gryffindor. Hufflepuff. Okay. All right. The poll is there. It should be at the top of the screen. If you're watching the VOD of this, you cannot see the poll. I'm sorry. So you got 3 minutes. You cannot choose 3 houses at once. We Are the Sorting Hat. Can see him in either. Yeah, I think he has traits from both. DJM. If you're watching on YouTube screaming impotently in the comments, I mean, assuming Ferd could choose, though, he definitely is going to want Gryffindor. That's true. If we're taking it into account, like if he were a hat stall, and a hat stall, if you don't know, is when the hat is stuck between multiple houses and it takes a really long time to pick one. I believe McGonagall was a hat stall for Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and Flitwick was also a hat stall for both of them. So if Ferd were a hat stall, I feel like he would definitely choose... I think he would choose Gryffindor if it were up to him. Because of the reputation, but... The sorting chat... I thought it was going to be more evenly split. Still got like a minute. We still have a lot of characters to go through too. Although some of them will be pretty easy. At least we won't have to guess for Hubert or Hilda. I don't... Hilda? Some of them are going straight to Azkaban. Hubert's totally a Hufflepuff. Hubert's a Hufflepuff. In this essay, I will. Lacious. Alright, you got like 10 seconds. A divided vote has become a one-sided vote. Yes, it has. Alright, well, it looks like Ferd has been sorted into Gryffindor by like 75% of the votes. But I can see Hufflepuff as well. So, I get you. Hubert and Hufflepuff, oh my god. Yeah, Hilda's... I don't know. Hilda gets to be a muggle. I don't know.
I see the vote of the House of Commons has come in.
Yes. Ferd won overwhelmingly, 75%. So... we're on to Hubert. What do you got? Just silence. Now you want Lacious's essay. Do Edelgard before Hubert. He'll follow her anywhere.
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
I couldn't hear you.
My headphones aren't working.
I couldn't hear you, and I couldn't hear you until just now.
Oh, there you are.
Hello. Could have been Discord.
Like,
it might have cut out.
I'm about to throw something. It's like...
not very Hufflepuff of you.
That's not very Hufflepuff of me. When did I ever say I'm in Hufflepuff?
I'm just saying, it's not very Hufflepuff of you. All right, so...
we're the House of Lords, and you guys are the House of Commons. I don't know how British government works.
Well...
who's next?
Hubert.
Slytherin.
Why?
Have you seen him?
Not everyone in Slytherin looks like a vampire.
Hubert is, even though he's got the loyalty.
He does.
Right? He's got the loyalty going for him. He is literally willing to do anything in order to, and it's not about like, he has ambition, but he has ambition on behalf of someone else. Like the entire purpose of his life is supporting and raising up Edelgard. Mm-hmm. And he will do anything, literally including murdering his own father.
Well, to be fair, I think he just did that. I think it was maybe 50-50. Like 50% of it was for Edelgard and the cause. The other 50% was probably for him.
I'm just saying, you know who else murdered his own father? And like I see no other.
Voldemort.
I could see a case for Gryffindor, but I just don't I don't see it all. He's got to be Slytherin.
I don't think I could see a case for Gryffindor. Here's the thing. Loyalty, absolutely. I totally get it. He is very loyal to Edelgard and her cause. However, a big trait for Slytherin is cunning, and that is Hubert to a T. Hubert is not fair like Hufflepuff.
No.
He is not going to be fair. He is going to do whatever he has to do. Honestly, I think Edelgard tries to be more fair, and Hubert sometimes will go behind her back because he thinks, like, he's like, well, this is going to serve you better, so I'm not even going to listen to you and do this, which is why he and Ferdinand have that argument. So, I see Hubert as being very, very cunning, very sneaky beaky, and
yes, absolutely. Very cunning, sinister, underhanded. Maybe in, like, ultimately to serve what he sees as a good cause. He's not just a psychopath, but
no.
He is willing to pay any price for Edelgard to assume her position. So,
and
we even see that he's, like, in certain routes, you'll see at the end, he's even prepared, like, whole systems of letters and events to set in motion for different sets of circumstances, different possible outcomes of battles, which who else did that? Snape. So, yeah.
Yeah. And also, I mean, he's clearly very loyal to the cause because he still gives them information about those who slither in the dark, even, like, knowing at that point that he was going to die. So, he is all for the cause. And again, you could view that as loyalty. I understand that. But I think the way that he goes about everything, like his methods, are much more Slytherin than Hufflepuff. And he is ambitious, but he's almost ambitious on behalf of Edelgard or for her, even more so than she is, which I'll talk about more when we get to Edelgard. But I think he's really the one kind of pushing the ambition sort of onto her in a way. So I'm also saying Slytherin. I don't know how big. I don't think this is going to be as big of an argument as Ferd, but
I can't really see a strong argument for any of the other ones.
The only one that I could even maybe a little bit see would be like Ravenclaw, but still, he doesn't. Just because you're intelligent doesn't mean that you're a Ravenclaw, you know? There are plenty of really intelligent people that would not fit Ravenclaw just because of the values, you know? No debate. Feel like he's a Slytherin. Yeah. Hubie gets to be a Slytherin. Well, no Hufflepuffs so far from Black Eagles. We'll see. All right, Petra's next. He's creative with murder again. Petra, what do you think?
That's my thought. I think I would either go for Gryffindor or Hufflepuff.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Petra is not really... It's not that she's not ambitious, but it's not really...
That's not her prime motivator.
No. And she's not...
She knows that she's another one kind of like Ferdinand, where she knows she's going to be queen someday. She's going to inherit that throne from her grandfather. So she needs to know, she always wants to know, like, she wants to learn how to be a good leader. And she's also there to make good relationships with the other students who are going to go on to be leaders of Fodlan. Because remember, Bridget is a vassal state of Fodlan. It's not really part of it. And it used to be an independent country and was kind of overthrown almost.
Yeah.
Not to the point of it being completely, annexed into the empire, but it was defeated in a war. So she's kind of at the monastery at all, a little bit against her will. So I think she's facing a lot more opposition, I think, than most of the others.
And also not being able to speak the language perfectly, I'm sure, like, kind of makes her feel like an outsider as well. So she has to deal with a lot.
But especially, she's not,
especially considering she's only 15 pre-time
she's
skip.
Very young.
Like, that's extremely young to be dealing with all of that. So, I don't know. That's very courageous to me.
Yeah, and she's never about getting power for herself. Or even necessarily like power for her country. She wants strength and independence for her people, and she wants to be a good, just, strong ruler for them. And that's really what she's about. So she's definitely about fairness and justice. That's important to her, but she's also incredibly courageous given her kind of set of circumstances. So I'm split between them. The only reason that I might go more for Gryffindor is just how like the rest of her storyline, what like a warrior she is. I could see that being Gryffindor, but at the same time, she doesn't have like Caspar as just kind of.
She doesn't. Petra, though, she isn't reckless the way that Caspar is. I think Petra does consider. I think she's more. She thinks about things more than Caspar does.
Oh yeah, she definitely has a lot deeper thoughts going on up there than Caspar does.
I mean, even
Caspar's like punching first and asking questions later.
Well, I mean, even when she and Caspar are having their supports, he's saying like, oh, you must hate me because of our fathers, and she's like, why would that affect me? Why would that affect?
That was our fathers.
Yeah, why would that affect our relationship? Which I think is, I don't know, that's very noble to me, because I think it would be very easy to hate a lot of people in Fodlan, considering what, she's been through. So
it's very fair. It's like, you didn't do that. Your father did.
Right. So I don't, maybe not Gryffindor then. Like, she definitely has the courage and the bravery, but she has a lot of other really good traits too. And I see what Umbreons is saying about Ravenclaw, because she's always learning. She's a really good student. Like, she's clearly trying to get better and learn. But I will say, I don't know if she's learning for the sake of learning, which is a little bit more Ravenclaw. You know what I mean? I think she's more sort of like Ferd, learning to kind of be the best ruler that she can be, the best person that she can be. So I don't know if it's just about learning in itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and she does say that she wants justice for her people, but her idea, she doesn't want vengeance. Her idea of justice is that her people can retain their independence and their cultural heritage and their language, which language is a huge piece. Like the fact that she starts out pre-time skip, she's kind of like she can get along, but she struggles to communicate with people. Actually having that language difference is really symbolic because you don't see anybody else from Rigid. It's really kind of symbolic of her outsiderness, that she has kind of her own cultural identity that she's fighting to keep and for her people to be able to keep. And that's justice to her, not, you know, taking revenge for an old military conquest on the son of one of the generals. Because, like, he didn't do it any more than she did.
Yeah, I think that would be a very Slytherin thing to do. Or even Gryffindor, to an extent. And I don't know, Petra might be more Hufflepuff in my brain.
I'm leaning more toward Hufflepuff.
What do you guys think? Because, yeah, I mean, she does value justice and fairness, I think. More so than just courage. Kat says, I welcome her. She's incredibly capable, eager to learn, and adapts from her missteps quickly. You're leaning towards Hufflepuff? Man, this one's really hard because, yeah, I honestly, like, thinking about it, I think she's somewhere in between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw more so than Gryffindor. Like, she's brave as hell, don't get me wrong, but
I think we've made a stronger case for Hufflepuff than for the others.
Yeah. I would agree with that. Our first Hufflepuff.
The hat has spoken.
The hat
Petra,
has spoken.
Hufflepuff. Griffin Puff.
Griffin Puff. All right.
Who's
How
next?
about Bernie? I have an idea. Are you stuck?
I'm not going to lead off on this one because I really don't know. I was about to blurt out Ravenclaw, but now I'm just like, nah, I don't know.
Okay. So I know Chad is saying Hufflepuff. I am leaning more towards Ravenclaw. And that is because I think with Ravenclaws loving to kind of learn or be creative, I think that's kind of solitary in a lot of cases. Bernie is obviously somebody who is very solitary. She likes to be alone, have her alone time. She writes fan fiction. That's creative. She does embroidery and art. And I think Ravenclaw really values that creativity, that expression, even if it's in a solitary way. Like, she's not necessarily sharing her work, but I think it's very important to her. So I don't know. I think Bernie's she's very brave when push comes to shove, and she even has she gets a little bit like needing vengeance sometimes, you know, like when you get her health bar down really far and she's like, I'm gonna haunt you when I die, you know, like that's a little Gryffindor, I think. But I think overall, for me, I don't know, Bernie swings more Ravenclaw to me. What do you think, Eco?
Yeah, I would probably go with Ravenclaw still. Just for all of those reasons. Like, she lives a very rich internal life. And even though she has a lot of anxiety and a lot of fear that comes from her past trauma, she's always got something going on. Like, she writes, she paints, she does her embroidery, and she
likes to sing too.
She does sing. I forgot about that.
She's very, very creative, very into the arts, but it's more just kind of for her. It's not really a performance.
And she wants to, she does want to contribute. And that's kind of the difference between her and Linhart. Linhart couldn't care less.
Yeah.
Whether he contributes to something or not, he doesn't really give a shit. She really does, and is held back by fear. And she doesn't she has to kind of overcome that with help from other people, but her just natural state, I don't think, isn't as much as his, where it's just total listlessness, whatever, I just want to sit around and read and know things, and I don't really care if I'm valuable or if other people think I'm valuable. But she doesn't want to be useless, because you can tell that because she berates herself if she feels like she's let people down.
Right. Yeah, she does. She wants to do well. She wants to succeed. But she's also, I think she might almost be a little afraid to succeed. You know what that...
Sure, because success brings you attention, and she doesn't want attention.
And expectation. Ravenclaw's ideals would fit her, but I feel like she's going to be as bullied by her housemates as Luna for being different. I don't think so. I think Bernie isn't really like Luna in that, Luna is a little out there, but she also kind of, she's talking about Nargles and things that people don't really believe in a lot. Bernie keeps to herself. So I don't really think she has a desire to be social. I think Luna does more so.
Yeah, Luna's, well, I'm not going to say that because it's offensive, but Luna is very open about what she believes, and even some of her fringe ideas that seem to other people to be totally, nonsense. She stands up for them and it kind of pushes them.
Yeah, she very much stands up for things, and I think that is a very Ravenclaw thing as well, to kind of be more open-minded. The other thing is, though, Luna very much wants friends, because in, I believe it's Deathly Hallows, when they go to her house, Harry sees that she has painted all of them up on her ceiling. And I think she's always really wanted friends, whereas I think Bernie has been a little bit more solitary by choice. Whereas Luna,
Bernie's afraid of betrayal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also there was that, I think it's with Yuri, where she befriended him, and then her dad was not okay with that, and it was it was not good. And then they ended up I don't remember if how that ended. I know they retconned some of, or at least took out some of Bernie's support.
Yeah, they retconned it, but even when they retconned it, I forget exactly what happened, but I'm pretty sure Yuri still sucked. In the outcome
I mean,
of that.
I'm not the biggest fan of Yuri, but I thought her dad beat him up or something. Bernie's definitely scared to have friends, especially friends who are commoners.
I thought that she believed, maybe her father made her believe that he had Yuri killed.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Her friendship with him. Obviously, it's not true. I thought that was it. Yuri was going to assassinate her. He was sent there to befriend her and somehow get close to her so that he could kill her. But then she thought that her father killed him?
I think that's
I don't remember how specifically that worked out. We're going to have to look that up exactly when we come to Yuri.
I think you're right. I think she was under the assumption that he was killed by her father. because in her supports with Dorothea, she talks about like kind of being scared to befriend her, and Dorothea's like, you know, kind of unbothered. And not really afraid the way that Bernie is. Joker has the right of it, if I recall correctly. Yuri was going to assassinate Bernie, and he said that made her dad a good parent. Ah, yes. Now I remember. Yuri. Come on, man. His supports are ones that I have seen possibly the least, except for, like, Yuritsa. Because I tend to bench Yuri. So, anyway, at least for me, I see Bernie being more of a Ravenclaw. In summation. Hi, Kilroy. To Azkaban he would go. Ravenpuff, right, so I'm so torn.
She's going into Ravenclaw?
That's how I feel. How do you feel?
Yeah, that was my original idea, and I think I'm staying with it.
Yeah. I don't know, guys. Hufflepuff, I think you guys want to put her in Hufflepuff because she's sweet and needs to be protected. And I don't think, like, I don't really see Bernie valuing or really, I don't think those are her, like, main traits, though. Ravenclaw, I feel Raven suits her core. I feel like Bernie would feel safer as a muggle, but she doesn't get to pick. Poor Bernie. Alright, Bernie. Sorry you're stuck with Linhart, but, you know. Alright, Eco Dorothea. This one's gonna be interesting. I think. Because even chat is like, I don't know. I'm curious what you think.
See, I wanted to do all this thinking prior to the stream so that I would just be able to, like, say things. I didn't have time, so that didn't happen.
And now you gotta think on the fly. As I start to assemble the Blue Lions.
Can we come back to people?
Oh, you want to wait for Dorothea?
Or you just want to go, like, right through?
I'm just curious, like, what is your initial, like, gut telling you?
My gut feeling is that she's a split between Gryffindor and Slytherin. And I think I'm leaning more towards Slytherin, even though, like, I'm afraid that I was being influenced toward Gryffindor because of her literal color scheme.
Okay, well, that's not.
Well, no, seriously, like, she's very red, like, in her whole post time skip outfit is red.
I don't see her as a Gryffindor though.
And I'm like, she's very outgoing and sociable, and she sings, you know, she's a performer, so I would say, but I'm underneath that. I'm thinking Slytherin, and I'm not thinking Hufflepuff because of, like, fairness for, you know, fair opportunities for common people. It goes beyond that.
I also don't think she's fighting for that. I think she's fighting for herself.
She is very much there about herself. She's really romantic, Like,
Mm-hmm.
she is very into the whole idea of romance, but then when she applies it to herself, that's not as important as marrying somebody who is going to help her attain like a quality of life and a status, for the rest of her life, because she sees her as a performer,
Mm-hmm.
as a vocalist. She sees her time as like pretty much up. Like,
Yeah.
that success is already over, and that's the whole reason why she's here at all. And like, she doesn't want to be a military commander.
No, I
She's
mean,
there. Hmm?
I was just gonna say, especially like post time skip, she's just so disillusioned with all of it. She hates it. I mean, she doesn't want to be there. It seems like it's hurting her to constantly be seeing the pain, the death. Like, she's not somebody that wants to fight for a cause.
No, she doesn't really want to fight at all. She's
Mm-mm.
very much done with it. And yeah, she I'm going to go with Slytherin.
It's interesting you say that, because I thought that we were going to have more of a disagreement on this one, because I was ready to make the Slytherin argument as well. And
Nope,
yes,
I'm there.
not because she's evil, not because she's a bad person, because again, like I said, Slytherin does not equal bad. I think Dorothea is very motivated by fear. And I think a lot of people who want power are motivated by fear because they feel insecure, or they feel afraid to not be in control, or not to have power over their own lives. And I think that is very much Dorothea because of her childhood. She does not want to go back to living on the streets. She does not want to go back to, not being able to eat. I think she's very fear driven. And I think that is more important to her than even her happiness. I think she, or like you said, she has that romantic side to her. I think she would 100% marry for security over happiness, which is kind of interesting because you see a lot of the noble girls kind of being propositioned or pushed into relationships that they don't really want, and they're sort of fighting the other way. You know what I mean? Like, they want to be happy. They want to, like, live their own lives. And, like, Ingrid really wants to be a knight. She doesn't really want to deal with the whole marriage thing. And then Dorothea is kind of the opposite, where she is like, I don't care. I just want to be taken care of, no matter what.
Yeah, because she's been in a place that none of them have been in.
Right.
She
Exactly.
has already lived on the streets as a kid, like faced death as a little girl, and probably, and I'm saying this because we also listened to her voice actor Allegra Clark talk a little bit about her ideas and perceptions about Dorothea's backstory that are never mentioned in the game, but she's probably faced some really horrible shit. Like, she has probably been abused and used in various ways, just as in her position as a songstress, as a performer in the opera, because she talks about really hating the way that noble men in particular would treat her and look at her.
Yeah, when they had been spitting on her, like,
And yeah,
the week before.
Because they didn't have anything, they didn't want anything to do with her until she became a celebrity for her performances. And then obviously they were, immediately propositioning her and adoring her because they're creepy, but and that's a big part of her issue with Ferdinand. So she's already kind of been there. She never wants to go back to that. And even though she's very romantic and kind of like, she insists that Ingrid go, reject this marriage proposal that came through from somebody that she's never met. And she's very much on Ingrid's side with that. Like, no, you're gonna fight and get what you want, and you don't need to accept this if you don't want it. But when it comes to her, she's like, yeah, it's more important that somebody's going to take care of me and that I have my quality of life for the future, and that's much more important than this idea of romance that I even like. She even loves that. She loves like the artistic and the storytelling kind of part of romance, and likes to watch other people have it, but it's not as important to her to have it for herself as it is to choose for the practicality, because she's already been through that difficulty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
I think
she's in it for herself.
I think Dorothea is very much about self-preservation above pretty much everything else. And that's not negative. That's not necessarily a negative thing. I think it's very idealistic to be like, oh, you know, be self-sacrificing for everybody. But you really can't help other people unless you help yourself first. But I think we often kind of overlook that, right? So I'm not trying to say this in a negative way, because there's another character who I feel like is very similar in that way, who we'll eventually get to. I don't think it's a negative thing, especially after what Dorothy has been through. It makes perfect sense why she would feel that way. But yeah, I do think she is very all about self-preservation. And the other thing is, for Dorothea, I mean, she is coming at it from the perspective of nobody's going to look out for me. I got to look out for myself. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't have a mom. Her mom's dead. You know, and her father is garbage, and I'm pretty sure propositioned her because he didn't know who she was. Which is all kinds of bad. So she doesn't really have anybody caring for her or looking out for her. So she's kind of like, you know, I need to do this for me. I need to figure it out and make sure that my future is set. So yeah, I think that's very Slytherin. I know she has a little bit of the Ravenclaw with, you know, singing and performing and stuff, but I don't think... Aki! Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, Aki. How are you doing? Aki Bakery has arrived from Garlic Biscuits. Perfect. What were you doing, Aki? Were you doing art? We're having a discussion.
It's debate night tonight.
Yeah, we're having a debate.
Welcome, Aki. Welcome, viewers. We are sorting every Fire Emblem Three Houses character into a Hogwarts house. Well, not all of them.
I don't know about all of them. Yeah, Edelgard's dad. Yeah, let's put him somewhere. Oh, she was playing Cuphead?
Everybody who has a portrait.
Yeah. She was playing Cuphead. She just beat King Dice after like 3 hours. Oh, that's so awesome, Aki. Congrats.
Oh my god, Cuphead.
Cuphead. Congratulations. That's so exciting. Welcome in. Thank you so much. And go give Aki a follow. She is lovely. She does art. She plays a lot of games. She's a Fire Emblem fan. So, my PTSD from Cuphead. I have not played Cuphead, but I have heard. Finishing the game next week. Nice. Congratulations, pro gamer.
That is a pro gamer moment. I'm never even going to play Cuphead, so...
Fire Emblem, I love limits. Claude Von Fire Emblem. We're sorting all the characters into Hogwarts houses. So we're doing Black Eagles right now. We're having debates. We're just finishing up Dorothea. Now Aki must eat and rest. Yes, you deserve all the good food and all the rest, Aki. Thank you so much for bringing your friends over. It's rough. Lost more lives to just the platforming level than I'd like to admit. Yeah, I've heard. It's very challenging. So that's awesome. Thank you. Gonna have to go. Yeah, 5 hour long stream. It's 2 a.m. Oh my gosh. Much love to you too, Aki. Get some rest.
Have a good night.
I have heard about the Cuphead show on Netflix. I've not watched it though. I just saw it the other day.
What?
Yeah, there's a Cuphead show apparently. It's like a cartoon.
My God.
I mean, it makes sense with the animation style. It would lend itself to that. So hopefully it's good.
Oh yeah, totally.
So yeah, I think chat was also kind of in agreement. I don't know. I haven't seen. I think you guys. It seemed like you guys were all thinking about Dorothea. I just don't really see much of the other houses, except with the exception of a little bit of Ravenclaw. But even still, I really think her self-preservation is more important to her than even like performing and all that, because she left performing fairly early. She kind of, I think, looked at Manuela as a template and was like, you know, she's leaving. I need to start thinking about that too. You know? Of like, this isn't going to last forever for me. So.
Yeah, and she became very afraid of what was going to happen after she wasn't a star on the stage anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she wanted to kind of start planning ahead before it got to that point. I do wonder if she also went to Garreg Mach to kind of be closer to Manuela, because again, she doesn't have any family really. She doesn't have anybody looking out for her.
Yeah, like who else does she have but her?
Yeah. She's a Slytherin. All right. So, pretty even so far. Although, Edelgard is not a Hufflepuff. No. All right, Eco. What are your thoughts on Edelgard? I am ready to dispute them.
Wow, you're like, you've thought about this all day. You're just like ready to tear me down.
I'm not tearing you down. I'm just having a nice discussion with my husband.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Again, I don't know, like I could see Gryffindor and Slytherin.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking I was thinking more Gryffindor.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I just don't think so. I think she's going to be in Slytherin with Yubi.
Go on. Explain your reasoning.
I feel like I'm in class.
Where's your 5-paragraph essay, your thesis statement, your 3 critic quotes?
I feel like she's in Slytherin over Gryffindor because of how sly and cunning she is. She does nothing out in the open until much later on. She has all of these pieces in place behind the scenes, working very slowly through other agents as other personas.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the Gryffindor way.
Okay.
That it's, I just don't see, like, and you can always find an exception, but just like the weight of what she knows she has to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think that goes beyond, like, I don't know, because if you compare it to actual characters that are in Gryffindor, obviously Harry has a lot riding on him and what
I don't know.
he's
Look
going
at
to do.
Dumbledore. That's a good point.
Look at Dumbledore, and yeah, you can always find like some exception, because Dumbledore does the same thing. Dumbledore's he's very Machiavellian. He's very underhanded sometimes.
He is very much that. It feels like there are so many times when you're like, Dumbledore, you could have just explained this to Harry and we could have saved half this book. Like.
So I don't like she's ambitious, but she's kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like Dorothea. She's not ambitious in a selfish way, like I just want power. She's
No.
ambitious because she sees a world entirely different from the one that exists. And she sees herself, because of the total like suffering and sacrifice that she's been through at a very young age.
Mm-hmm.
She knows what she sees herself as being the only person who can make the world that she wants a reality. And
Mm-hmm.
she knows secrets about the world that other people don't know. And she doesn't just come right out and tell everybody, which would be one way to do it. She's more cautious than that. She doesn't want to come out into the open where, you know, somebody like Harry would be probably more likely to just, which we even see in the books, he gets angry when he sees and he knows something and he thinks that he knows something that other people don't know and that they need to know it in order to expose something that he doesn't like or that he sees as being wrong. He just goes straight to somebody, like whether it's McGonagall or Dumbledore or other students, and like he wants to get the word out there. He wants the world to know. And that gets him in trouble sometimes, and even like Dumbledore will kind of put him in his place, saying like, this is not the way to do that, because there are very, very dangerous people out there that you basically don't want to show your hand before you're ready to deal with the consequences. And that's very much Edelgard, but just like I could see her being in either of those, you can see Dumbledore being in Gryffindor or Slytherin. And I don't really know what the reasoning is for Dumbledore to be in Gryffindor versus Slytherin, except for the symbolism of the parallelism of him and Voldemort and like Harry and Draco or Harry and Snape.
I think Dumbledore was in Gryffindor because he was sorted young. I think
right.
If he had been sorted when he was a little older, he would have been in Slytherin, especially after meeting Grindelwald. But that's neither here nor there.
So I could see her being in both. I think she fits better into Slytherin.
All right. I'm here to argue. Okay. I gave this a lot of thought because originally I was also thinking Slytherin. Because yes, she is hella ambitious and very cunning, and she does work in the shadows. Like, you know, she's Flame Emperor, she's doing all this shady shit. She's willing to work with those who slither in the dark, even though they're evil. She knows they're evil. She doesn't really want to, but she's willing to do it, you know, for the cause, right? Here's the thing. I don't think that Edelgard is actually that ambitious on her own. I think she is ambitious because she has been placed in that role. I don't think if any of her siblings had lived, and had taken the throne, I don't think she would have done most of what she's done. I think the reason that she has is because she literally feels such an obligation to do this. After what she's been through, the fact that her entire family is pretty much dead. Her father is ailing and is basically under the thumb of, you know, Vestra and the other lords. So I don't think she's necessarily doing it because, you know, she wants to be in power. She's doing it because she feels like she has to. Yes, survivor's guilt, like Joker is saying. Also, we see that because in her ending, she does not stay on the throne. She puts somebody else there and pieces out. So, I don't think she really wants that. Also, in some of her supports, like with Byleth, she says, man, you know, I wish I could just have a day where we just eat sweets all day and like not worry about any of this. And Byleth can respond to her and say, well, why not? And then Edelgard's like, oh, Hubert. I think Hubert is a huge driving force behind a lot of what she does. I think he kind of has that ambition for her and sort of pushes her. Not that she's fighting it or anything, but I do think there's a huge part of her that's like, I really wish this wasn't my life. I really wish that I didn't have to do this, because she never seems to revel in it. She never seems to get any joy from it, or any, she isn't enjoying any of it. It's all just this obligation and this pressure to change the world, because she feels like it's wrong. She feels like the way the world is wrong. And I think a lot of the reason that she operates in secrecy in the beginning is simply out of necessity, not necessarily because that's how she would operate. I think that's how Hubert would operate. I don't think that's how she would operate. She's just in a very precarious situation. She doesn't know who she can trust. She doesn't know if she can trust Byleth. That's why she's deceiving Byleth. But even Edelgard is like, she wants to trust her. It's Hubert who's like, no, I don't, you know, Hubert's being really cautious. But Edelgard really wants to be able to trust Byleth and share her burden with someone else. It's not really just all about her and her desire for power. I don't think it's that selfish. And again, I'm not saying selfish in a negative way. Like, I don't think it's being selfish is inherently evil or anything. I just don't think her motivations come from a self-centered place. I think it is very much for the greater good, and I think that's very Gryffindor. I mean, I think we see that a lot in Harry, and yes, Edelgard definitely doesn't have kind of the anger that Harry has. She has a very quiet anger. But yeah, I mean, she can't really act out in the open. She's a student, first of all. She's not in power. She doesn't have the crown yet. She doesn't have, like, an army there ready to back her up. And she is working very close to Rhea. And if Rhea discovered any reason, Rhea would kill her. And as we've seen. So, you know, she can't really be out in the open with her feelings and her beliefs. We see that much more in Time Skip because she is in a position of power where she can. She's not really kind of under Rhea, or, you know, she's also has the crown by that point. She's very open about her feelings and what she stands for. And I don't think she is willing to do some pretty fucked up stuff for this. But again, it's kind of the ends justify the means. And I don't think it's self-serving. I really think she feels like she has to make a change because nobody else will. Dimitri isn't going to. Claude isn't going to. Rhea certainly isn't going to. So, you know, she feels like she's the only one who can, and she has to. So I see that as more Gryffindor. I totally understand the Slytherin argument, and I definitely think she has some Slytherin traits, for sure. A lot of them. I was initially going for Slytherin, but I think overall it's more Gryffindor. She's more of a Gryffindor to me. So that's my argument.
All right, well. I feel like I'm at somewhat of a disadvantage here because I have to come up with all of my arguments on the fly.
I didn't write anything down. I was just thinking about some of them.
Clearly been preparing for this class for a long time.
Excuse me. Well, I'm convinced.
But battle quotes, like you don't think that somebody like Draco would also be, you know, really craving somebody to confide in and help him, and
no, because
feels
Snape
very
gives
alone?
him Snape gives him the opportunity, and he says no because he wants to have he wants Voldemort's praise. Snape offers to help Draco in Half-Blood Prince because he made an unbreakable vow to Draco's mother, so Snape kind of has to try. And Draco's like, no, leave me alone. Even though he's tasked with killing Dumbledore. Snape is the perfect person to ask for help. He's right there. He's a teacher. He's a capable wizard. And Draco says no. And he also respects Draco also respects him, as we have seen from book 1. Like, they, he's always been favored by Snape, and he says he does not want his help. He doesn't want anyone's help. I think over time he realizes he's in over his head, for sure. But still, I think there was this pride in getting that task, and there was this, like, I can't wait to prove myself. I can't wait to get the glory initially. And then he realizes, oh shit, like by book 7, Draco realizes, I'm scared. This is bad. And then at that point, Draco is much more about self-preservation by book 7.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of split between Gryffindor and Slytherin for Edelgard, because I like Hubert, not at all. I was all the way Slytherin with him, but yeah, I don't know. She has that weight of the duty that she's kind of given to herself, but yeah. I can see the parallels between her and Harry also, because Harry doesn't want anything that is really tossed in his lap, and that's sort of an ongoing theme, that he wants to just be a normal kid, and everybody accuses him of like, oh, you love all this fame, Potter. Well, he doesn't love it. He actually resents it.
And Edelgard resents nobility. She wants to burn it all down.
So yeah,
she's not here for the status quo. And I mean, yes, you could look at that as ambitious. I look at it as courageous and daring. That takes a lot of courage to go against society in the way that it is, and to try to make a change like that, especially knowing how dangerous it is in this situation.
Yeah, so I was already kind of on the fence, but I think I would go with I'd go with Gryffindor.
Hey, Leibniz.
Hello.
Well, we can do another vote if you guys want to do that, because like I said, I can see both ways, definitely. I think there's an argument to be made for both, but I see it as reckless as well, since she did do that only to give it up at the end. Reckless? Yeah, I mean, it is it's a little reckless. I mean, I think she's definitely more cautious than, Harry a lot of the time. But she's also older, so there's that. But it is kind of reckless, and a lot of people wouldn't believe in that dream, right? I mean, she's even surprised when the students follow her. And when Byleth follows her, when she decides to, make herself known as the Flame Emperor and all that, she's genuinely surprised, because she didn't really think anybody would.
True.
Slytherin Dory, I like it. I think we're in a majority for Gryffindor. I think so, except Umbreons. But I still, Umbreons, I get you. It makes sense. I guess I just see ambition, to me, tends to be, in my brain, a little more self-serving. Even if it does ultimately help other people, I think a lot of the motivations come from you. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. I just think it's a little different. But I do like your arguments. I think Eco made good points, and Umbreons, you did too. So, hat stall record.
But ultimately, this is Kita's stream.
No.
Our opinions don't matter.
How dare you? Feel like she'd be as ambitious, just not for the crown, but for the well-being of her family. Well, they're all kind of dead, though. So,
That is
I
a problem.
mean, it's hard to have your family, like, her family being motivating, like, a motivating factor. I mean, aside from, like, guilt and, you know, doing it kind of in their name or for them, she doesn't really have to think about protecting them now, at least. Wow, Eco, you're not going to win the presidency by conceding every debate. Ambition is just a two-sided coin, like love and hate being seen different, but almost the same gray area. Yeah, I mean, ambition isn't necessarily a bad thing. But I'm saying if they had lived, she would still be Slytherin, just not the ambition being for the crown. I don't know what she would have been like if they had lived, because her whole life would have been completely different. So it's very difficult to say what she would have been like if she didn't have this enormous responsibility on her shoulders. I just think that shaped her so much that it's almost impossible to really know. I guess the only glimpse we really see of that is when she's a child and she's talking to Dimitri and they dance. But that's a very short, small scene. And, you know, it's kind of hard to really know for sure. I think she'd want to not be a Slytherin if we've got the Hatstall case. That is very fair. She has a delayed elder sibling inheriting the throne syndrome. Because if any of them had lived, any of the older ones than her had lived, she would not have any of these responsibilities. Like, it's unclear if she would even have joined them, helped them. I imagine she would have, but I don't think she would have been as intense about it or as driven, because it wouldn't have been like necessarily her fight. Maybe Three Hopes can give us more info on the past. Maybe. We'll just have to do this again in a few. She can also accepts the defeat. Yeah, she does. That's true. I mean, she fights for it, but then, you know, does concede. So are we deciding Gryffindor, or do you want me to put it to a vote?
No, I think we pretty much decided Gryffindor.
All right. Now, we're moving on to Blue Lions. And you guys were afraid the stream was going to end early. So we're moving on to Blue Lions. We're starting with Ash.
Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Or Muggle.
Or Muggle. To Azkaban they all go.
I'm gonna wake up for work and this will still be going. Yeah, we're taking a while.
Ash's Gryffindor. Ash has so many traits from all of the houses.
Yeah, he has so many traits that he just, like, they all average out, so he ends up in Hufflepuff.
Because, I mean, he's obviously very brave, but he is very loyal to his family, as we can see, because he was taking care of his younger siblings when they didn't have anyone to care for them before Leonardo. I think didn't he steal something?
Yeah.
It was like a Jean Valjean situation where he, like, stole something from them. It
was, and that's why he's part of that support with Caspar, because Caspar sees someone do a similar thing. And Ash is like, no, I did that. Like, that used to be me.
Yeah, I can see that. I think maybe when he was younger, he might have been more of a Slytherin because of the, you know, the self-preservation and the willingness to do what he had to do to survive, and also with his siblings. But yeah, I think now he's more level-headed. He went into Lenato's house to steal, but got distracted by the Luke books. Right. See, that's why I was also thinking Ravenclaw, because he really loves to read. He is a little bit of an idealist. Like, he kind of romanticizes the idea of knights. Even though, like, Happy's kind of like, you know, the knights kind of suck. So I think he has some qualities from all the houses, but I don't know. I think he is very much about like justice, fairness. He values what knights are supposed to be, you know, not necessarily what they are in reality, but definitely what they are supposed to be. That is very much kind of what he tries to do and who he tries to be. So I think he would go more Hufflepuff. I would agree with that. I think chat does too. I think the fact that she allowed herself to be an eldritch monstrosity to achieve her goals in Blue Lion says something about how far she was willing to go to achieve her goals. Yeah, but again, I don't really see it as a goal, like achieving a goal. I see it more of like, it's just a responsibility in her mind. Also, I still think that was super out of character, and I did not like that at all. I feel like they just wanted some eldritch horror monster because they didn't have Rhea to fight in that route. We didn't have a dragon, so we're gonna do, I don't know. I understand your point. I'm still salty about that. Hi, Leo.
I still think this is gonna piss off a lot of YouTube people. Hello, YouTube people.
They're already disliking the video. It's fine.
I still, and I would have to like read this again because I'd forget a lot of the specifics, but I saw at least one theory that says that that's not real, that never actually happens.
What, and that it's a hallucination?
Yep, because
from Dimitri, because he still sees
it's
ghosts.
A hallucination by Dimitri.
Huh.
That it's not true, that it's just his totally warped perception, like to the point of a hallucination. Like,
that would have been really interesting if they had confirmed that, though.
It's a representation of how he sees her in his mind and how he's built her up to be this monstrous, you know, not even like non-human beast. And it's not true. It's not actually real.
Interesting. That would have been interesting for them to explore, especially because they kind of just act like Dimitri's fine all of a sudden, which is one of my biggest issues with Dimitri, is that they're just like, oh, well, you know, he's fine now. Switch flipped. Like, he's good. That's not how PTSD works. Even if he is, like, there's some throwaway bit about him still seeing ghosts. I think if you romance him or something, but that's not really enough. I mean, they just sort of like flip a switch and then he's fine and that stuff isn't bothering him anymore and he's the perfect leader. And that's not really realistic.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't confirm that. That's just kind of a fan theory, but it's just like a possibility. But anyway.
I think people probably thought of that because, again, it just feels really out of character. To me, anyway, for her to do that. I never understood that, and it really does feel like they just needed a monster for the ending. You know what I mean? Because in Golden Deer and in Church Route, you have to fight, well, in Church Route, you still have to fight Rhea, don't you? You have that weird fight. No, you have to fight Nemesis, who's kind of monstery. Do you have to fight Rhea in Golden Deer? I don't remember. In Church Route, you definitely do, though, because she goes berserk for some reason, which I still don't really understand why she does that in that route and, like, never anywhere else. And then all of the, like, church officials that she gave her blood to also go berserk, which also doesn't make sense because wouldn't Byleth go berserk? Because she has Rhea's blood too. But whatever. And then in, obviously in Crimson Flower, you fight Rhea. Golden Deer's nemesis. Okay, yeah.
So do we think Ash is in Hufflepuff? Has that been decided?
So.
Okay.
I think Ash is Hufflepuff. All right, Sylvain goes in the garbage. He's a muggle. No. Sylvain. Sylvain, I think, is a Ravenclaw. Which might be surprising, but he does...
Is there like a chauvinist house?
Chauvinist house. I think he would be a Ravenclaw because I know that some of the gifts he likes are like the landscape painting. He likes the I think he likes the board game. He likes strategy. And I think he is intelligent. I think he's also the one who isn't he the one who finds Bernie's fan fiction and reads it and likes it? I think that's Sylvain. So I think he's a lot smarter than he wants you to think. I think he puts on this front that he's just kind of lazy and sort of like not taking anything seriously.
So he's that guy. He's the guy that, yeah, he really is. He's like the secret nerd that doesn't want to be a nerd because he thinks he's going to get made fun of.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't even know if it's because...
instead he just is really disrespectful to girls.
I don't think it's necessarily that he's afraid to get made fun of. I think Sylvain has
like a parallel to the real world.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Sylvain has a lot of bitterness and anger because of his situation, which rightfully so. I mean, he had a really rough childhood being the favored child. You know, it's not really something he asked for. It's not really something he wanted. He was bullied by his brother. His brother like tried to kill him just because of the favoritism. So I think he kind of puts on this act that he doesn't care about anything when he really does, but he doesn't want to.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't really know. Like, I figured Sylvain would just go into some trash level, but yeah, I could see him being in Ravenclaw, sort of.
But also, I think he probably is looking at it like it doesn't matter what my traits are because my value is my crest. So I think from that perspective, he also doesn't really try to apply himself or, you know what I mean? Because it's like, well, it doesn't matter anyway because I'm just a stud horse is kind of how he sees himself. So he has this very like negative, bitter kind of outlook that he tries to play off by being, you know, casual and like, you know, whatever. But I don't think that's true. He hates his talents because of crests. Yeah, I mean, that too. Because then you're also like, well, I'm only this strong because of my crest, or I only have this power because of my crest, which he absolutely hates his crest. Just because of, you know, what it did to his family. So, I don't know. I'm seeing Ravenclaw for Sylvain. What do you guys think? Sylvain has high IQ. He's intelligent without the hard work. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I really have no further opinion on him, surprisingly. I can see that being the case.
Ravenclaw. He did have a support with the net where he helps her with a section she doesn't understand. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think Ravenclaw is a good fit for Sylvain. All right, Felix. Our moody boy.
Slytherin.
Why?
He is all about being the best.
That's a good point.
And that's like, I'll admit that I don't really remember a whole lot about Felix except that, because that's just his thing. He wants to be the best. He doesn't really care about relationships or even friendships, really, or any comforts or luxuries. He's just there to train and get strong and be a legendary fighter. That's just, it's all personal ambition. So I would say Slytherin, although I don't remember if there's nuances to him, and there are for most of these characters, but I don't really remember them.
Except for Gilbert.
Except for Gilbert.
He's kind of like a try-hard squib. Oh, Felix. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, Felix is very much always trying to better himself. But again, it is for himself. It's not really for a greater purpose.
No, it's not to bring glory to his house. It's not to bring about a better world or help other people. And even in his endings, he just goes off and like lives his life's ambition of being a deadly mercenary.
Yeah. Felix wants to be very strong. Also, he hates his father with a burning passion because of how he wants to be like his brother who died in the War of Dusker. How much his dad wants him to be like his brother. Yeah, his dad is really trying to push kind of those like chivalrous like knights, you know, that idealistic knight value.
He says he died a good death.
Yeah.
And Felix's perception is he died for nothing.
Right. He denounces chivalry because he sees it as a fool's mentality. He wants Glenn to be honored not by his system, but because he was a man. Right, exactly. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think he does want to be the best. I think he also probably like from seeing his brother die, especially for a cause that he didn't really see that as being worthy, especially with the way that his father reacted to it. I think maybe there's a little bit of I'm gonna persevere and not die. Like, I think that might be in the back of Felix's mind of like, I'm not gonna die for this, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna be the best and no one's gonna best me. And yeah, he definitely doesn't have like the noble chivalrous qualities of Gryffindor.
No, not at all.
I mean, he's a good learner, but that's only because he wants to get better and he's so driven. But again, I think that's much more Slytherin.
Yeah, he's driven by ambition.
Right. And just kind of like self-preservation, I think. No support system from his dad, too. That's a lot of pent-up grief. Yeah. Yeah. And grief that's probably just kind of turned to anger. Dedue. We are on to Dedue. I think Dedue is a Hufflepuff.
Yeah.
I think he's a puff. He is so loyal to Dimitri. And despite everything, despite Dusker, he's extremely loyal. I think he does value kind of fairness and justice. He's not really like Hubert. While I do think he and Hubert would do anything for Edelgard and Dimitri, Dedue doesn't really go about it in the same way. I mean, the only real instance of that we see is in Crimson Flower when he becomes the monster, which Dimitri did not authorize. Which again, I'm like, Dedue, what are you doing, man? But yeah, I definitely think Dedue leans more Hufflepuff. Good night, Dalton. He's loyal to a fault. Yeah. Dimitri can go to Azkaban. He has a hint of Gryffindor. Oh, for sure. But overall a Puff.
I would agree with that. I don't really have anything to add for him.
Do his precious bean. And look, now we're even. I think it's more Gryffindor because he almost takes a knight I must follow orders logic. I can see that. But I think it's all based in his loyalty though. To Dimitri. And it goes deeper than just kind of like a noble thing, you know? But I do see what you're saying, Melium. All right, Eco, we're at Dimitri.
Azkaban.
Azkaban.
Oh, you wanted more?
Yeah. Ass cabin. Yeah, it's been a while for me too, Leo. And I've only played Blue Lions once, so. Didu lives in a world that views his people as monsters, which in my eyes is definitely a way for Nintendo to show that Didu is a survivor of racism. He saw his people die because the people of Dusker were blamed for the death of the king and queen of Fargus. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why they did that towards the end of Crimson Flower. I just, like, Dimitri did not want him to do that. And it just made me sad because I really liked Didu a lot. And I was like, no, Didu. Academy phase, Gryffindor, time skip Azkaban.
Yeah, I mean,
Can we skip Dimitri?
Kind of, yeah, I don't see him as being in Slytherin because his motives are like he sees himself as being very just and fighting for what's right, and yeah, being kind of that bastion of holiness because, you know, that's where he's from. But whether or not that's flawed is up to which route you play. But I don't know. I'm so skewed by the post time skip behaviors of Dimitri than, like, I don't know. I think for half the game he should be removed from society where he can't hurt anyone. And we don't have a St. Mungo's tier, so there's only one left. But if he has to go in a house, I don't really know. I don't really know.
Okay. Like I said, I'm going to try to be as objective as possible. You guys know I'm not really a huge fan of Dimitri. Although, I mean, pre-time skip, he's fine until the end. It's really post-time skip that I have an issue with. I would say that pre-time skip Dimitri is probably Gryffindor. I think he's kind of the embodiment of the nobility and a prince. You know, he is very princely. That's kind of his whole deal. He's not really somebody who's going to... Like, he's very much okay with the way things are. He's very much okay with the status quo. But I think he fits in Gryffindor more because of, like, sort of the nobleness. You know, he kind of sees things as, like, this is how something should be done. Yeah, he's not cunning or ambitious. No, he doesn't have that. He's not wise. I think he does value chivalry and courage. So I think that's why he would be more likely to be a Gryffindor pre-time skip. Because the other houses don't really work for him.
Yeah, I would say that too. I was gonna say that when we first meet him, he does really seem like he would fit in Gryffindor.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going by, I mean, like overall, I don't know. He goes so far from one side to the other that like I would just if he has to go into a house because he's a student,
Mm-hmm.
we should probably put him in Gryffindor because he deserves to go there in his pre-time skip self.
I would
And
agree.
that's the point that Umbreon's has is he's a better person in every route except his.
That is a good point. He is.
So yeah, if he's got to go in a house, I would put him in Gryffindor.
All right. That is fair. So pre-time skip Dimitri can go in Gryffindor. I think that would be the best fit for him. But yeah. He just like he really embodies the whole, just what a prince would be, right?
Yeah, he's a prince. That's what he is.
Exactly. And then maybe that was part of their plan or reasoning to kind of make this like this guy who seems very put together and who is very princely kind of go in a direction you wouldn't expect. I don't know. He's a Freddy prince. And then transferred to Azkaban. The way I interpret Dimitri in the academy phase, he wants to be seen as a role model because he has a lot of responsibilities to uphold. That's a good point. He has a lot of, but survivor's guilt, PTSD, and self-hatred makes him struggle with accepting happiness for himself because he should avenge the people that died for him. Yeah, I see that, Joker. I see that. And I think he just kind of gets pushed over the edge with that. And we know, unfortunately, that there's not really great health care in Fodlan. All of these students really could benefit from therapy. They've been through so much. They really should prioritize that. Once that reaches a breaking point, he throws that all away because why does it matter anymore? Yeah, I mean, I can see that interpretation, Joker. If that was the goal, the writing still sucked. They need to rewrite the entire post-time skip part from scratch. Well, I'm hoping that in 3 Hopes, we'll get a happy ending for everybody. That's what I'm hoping for.
And I am trying to like do my best to make these decisions based on like isolating the characters as much as possible from things in the writing that weren't done the best.
Yeah.
Like out of character things or just so bizarre things that happen that don't really make sense, that happen for the sake of the gameplay or the plot.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I don't feel too bad about putting pre-time skip Dimitri into Gryffindor, but how about Ingrid?
Ingrid, I think Ingrid, I think, would be somewhere between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. She definitely has those traits of being the just knight, kind of like the knight that Ash idolizes, right? Like she's very driven in that way. She doesn't really care about marriage, even though she's kind of like, there's a lot put on her shoulders for her family, to basically marry and kind of bring their name back up into society. So,
yeah, I was gonna say Gryffindor.
You're gonna say Gryffindor?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ingrid is a little tough.
More than Hufflepuff because she's such a warrior too. Like she is a knight.
That's true.
And she believes in, like, she thinks that her purpose is protecting the not the nobility but the royalty, like protecting her lord. So I would put her in Gryffindor.
That is a good point that Leo makes, though. She follows every single rule and law. She doesn't want marriage despite the pressure she's given. And she gets on people who aren't proper. I mean, Gryffindors are more likely to break rules, but they also have that sense of, like, nobleness about them. So...
The chivalry.
Yeah, chivalry. Don't usually use the guys in Blue Lions, so I had nothing to say. You don't even use mercy? She had some racial issues, then Dedu slowly helped her through that, yes. Yeah, that... I'm glad that she gets better. Ingrid is Gryffindor with her knight qualities. Hufflepuff because she loves food. Ravenclaw because she is studious. Slytherin because she's ambitious to be a knight and break traditions. Oh, okay. You were saying you don't use the male characters in Blue Lions. I thought you just were saying, like, I don't use, like, the Blue Lions. Like, I don't use the guys in Blue Lions. I thought you were, like, using guys as just sort of a term for everybody. You know what I mean? Annette is your glass cannon. I mean, I could see that. I could see her being more in Gryffindor than Hufflepuff. I think she is somebody that's very much willing to defend the nobility or, you know, whoever she's supposed to protect as a knight. And though she is, you know, she is just and fair, I think, but she does have that bit of daringness to her because she is kind of pushing against traditions a little bit and pushing against boundaries. So yeah, I think she would be more of a Gryffindor. Overall. Annette, come on, Ravenclaw, right? Like, I don't think
Absolutely Ravenclaw.
Annette can't go anywhere else. She's super studious. She's incredibly intelligent. She works so hard, like, to a fault. She's, you know, she takes on way more than she really should. She's also a singer, you know, so she's into the arts. There's nowhere else for Annette to go, you know? She is a Ravenclaw through and through. How about Mercy?
Hufflepuff.
Because she's the mom.
Yes, and everybody knows that moms go in Hufflepuff. No, because, and I was like debating whether Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, because she went to the same school of magic as Annette did.
And Constance.
And Connie, yeah. She is studious. She is powerful. She's a healer. So you know you don't get to that point unless you're a good student and dedicated to learning.
I don't think she's the best student, though. She's a little absent-minded,
yeah,
as we've seen. She almost left her. She almost left her room without her shirt on. Remember that? I remember.
But I think she just has. She's so neutral.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, she doesn't let. She's really like above a lot of the politics and the grudges. She is very warm and accepting to everybody.
Yeah, and that is very Hufflepuff.
Yeah, I think that just to me is like her defining characteristic is that she's just so warm and accepting to everyone. She's very neutral, but she's not neutral in a bland way. Like she just never takes a stance on anything. She's neutral in a like I really just want everyone to get along kind of way.
She's very easygoing.
Yeah.
Like she can kind of get along with anybody.
So, yeah, I would put her in Hufflepuff.
I think she's Hufflepuff with a little bit of a Slytherin streak. And I say that because people underestimate her all the time, and she can fucking cut someone down without them realizing it. She's a little cunning in that way. Like, there are some times when she has supports with Ferd, where, you know what I mean? where it just seems he doesn't realize that she's kind of like digging at him because again, she's Mercy. Like she's so sweet and wholesome and they don't really like see her as a threat. They don't see her in that way, but she can cut you. She does it to Lorenz too. So I think she's a little bit of a Slytherin streak in there, but I think overall, yes, Hufflepuff for Mercy. Everything is the will of the goddess for Mercy. That's true. She is very. I mean, I guess you could say that's kind of loyalty to her faith.
She's pious.
Yes. Definitely. Joker. That's why this emote exists. Yes. Yo, we are through Blue Lions. We are now on to Golden Deer, and everything is still pretty even for the most part. It's not like skewed too much in one way or another. So, Lorenz. Let's start with Lorenz.
Squib.
Squib!
That's why he tries so fucking hard. He doesn't want anybody to know that he's a squib.
I think Lorenz is who I was referring to when I was talking about Ferdinand. I think Lorenz is like Ferdinand's Slytherin shadow. Lacious! Fuck you.
No, I would put him in Slytherin.
Yeah, here's why. Clearly, Lorenz is very much about appearances. He is he is ambitious, and it's very self-serving. He definitely wants to kind of look powerful and look important. I mean, he gets better over time for sure, but he also is a bit classist. Much more so than Ferdinand. Again, I don't think Ferdinand means to be. I think he's just a little ignorant. I don't think he's actually trying to look down on people where Lorenz is. And if you look at Slytherin, they do not allow Muggleborns into Slytherin, at least as far as I'm aware of. There are no Muggleborns in Slytherin, so they are very much about purity, which can be paralleled with Lorenz really caring about nobility. Like some of the families that have been in Slytherin are even known for inbreeding to keep the purity. So, you know, Slytherin's definitely more about blood purity than the other houses. Although a lot of the students that are in Slytherin are half-bloods because there aren't really a lot of purebloods anymore. It's just not possible. There's too few wizards for that. But a lot of Slytherins do care about status. And I think that's Lorenz, you know? I mean, he is creative too. Like Manuela, doesn't Manuela find his poems and like read them and stuff? So like he has some other traits going on there, but I think overall Lorenz is a Slytherin.
Yeah, he's very much about status and appearance.
Yeah. I'm going to give a counterpoint. I don't think he's ambitious. He just has accepted he's going to be the leader or whatever of his region. I don't think he's ambitious as in he's driven. I think he just wants to... I really think it's just about status and looking important, looking powerful. You know what I mean? I think he is very much about appearances, especially pre-time skip. He has an arc. He gets a lot better post time skip, and I do like Lorenz. Didn't like him in the beginning, but definitely like him more after the time skip. So he does get better, but I do think overall he's a Slytherin.
Yeah, I would agree that.
In other words, he's a peacock. He is. He's a peacock.
Yeah, he's not a bad person. But just with the things that are important to him, I think put him in Slytherin.
Yep. Ignatz is a Ravenclaw, I think.
I thought you were gonna say something else. But yeah, we'll go with that.
You disagree?
No, I thought you were gonna insult him.
No. No, I think he's a Ravenclaw. His family wants him to be a knight. He has no interest in that. He really wants to just paint and live his life just doing art. So I think
Ignatz
he wants to paint.
Creep.
He wants to paint his lewds, okay?
He's a little bit of a creep. I don't think he's enough of a creep to warrant Azkaban. No, out of all of them, he'd be a Ravenclaw. Yeah, he just wants to paint. Not exactly wholesome painting, but hey, that's a little bit of that. I don't know, that pushing the artistic boundaries of what the censors might allow as a depiction of the goddess.
He's definitely painted Rhea naked, right? I mean,
dude, Rhea has modeled for him naked.
Rhea has paintings of herself naked, probably.
Yeah, the ones that she modeled from him.
She puts them up in her room. And Seth walks in, he's like, oh god!
What have you done? She just like makes eye contact with him.
Do you like too.
Them, Sedith?
They'd be like in her office, like a huge one just above her head, and she just like makes that awkward eye contact when someone walks in. Power move. That is a power move to have a naked ass painting of yourself on your wall.
Think of the impression that you're giving the students about the church. I am the church, Sedith. All right, this has gotten out of hand.
Yeah, we're not even to Rhea yet.
All right. Yeah, he's a Ravenclaw.
I see your argument, Joker, that he may be Hufflepuff because he loves his family to the point of blind obedience. I mean, I understand that, but I think values and like deep down, he is more Ravenclaw. Because I think just being an artist is really kind of his whole thing. I mean, his crit quote is, I'll paint you a picture. You know, like, I think he's Ravenclaw. Ignatz is a squib. He's awful in battle, and he's not allowed in Hogwarts. Umbria does have some strong opinions. That's fair. We'll allow it.
Hey, live your best life, Leo. That's a power move.
It is a power move. Can you imagine? That's like CEO realness right there.
When I become an executive, I am definitely not going to have a large nude painting of myself on my wall.
As like painted in the style of the birth of Venus.
Exactly.
You're like standing in the shell.
Oh my god.
I'm just picturing it now. Perfect.
Somebody's like, is that you? No. Or is it?
You just look him dead in the eyes. Is there a problem?
I see you've looked rather closely.
Seeing Eco's avatars of Botticelli. It'll be painted like impressed? Jeff Goldblum. Oh my god. So funny.
All right, Raphael's a Hufflepuff. He just wants to eat, man. He just wants to spend his days, working out, having good food.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to get involved in the politics.
He does have loyalty to his family and friends. Yeah, definitely. Also, the Hufflepuff common room is right next to the kitchens. So I feel like if he went into Hogwarts knowing that...
Dude, he would buy yellow trimmed robes just so that he could sneak down there. If he got sorted into a different house, he would try to transfer.
Yeah. I mean, he does have a little bit of Gryffindor. Like, he definitely is, brave and wants to be a knight. But I think he's a little more Hufflepuff. The house elves would love him as much as he'd love them. Yes, they'd be like sitting on his shoulders. Muggle? No explanation, just Muggle. Ignatz is not allowed in my house. He deserves to be fed to the Acromantula Umbreons. My word. Violent. All right. We are at Claude.
Dude, Claude is such a Slytherin.
Oh, I don't have to argue my point?
No, Claude
Okay,
is 100% Slytherin.
I agree.
All right.
I totally
Done.
agree, because Claude is another person who's very much about self-preservation. Again, nothing wrong with it, but he is the only house leader that can survive every single route, which says something, I think. Because, you know, Dimitri and Edelgard have their own aims that they have to, you know, they stick to. Claude is like,
he's also
I'm out.
the only one. He's the only one that will totally abdicate his position mid-route.
Yep.
Because he's such a strategist.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a chess player.
Yeah.
He's like, when he knows he's lost, he's just like, all right, like,
bye.
Good game. I'm out. Like,
yep.
Claude isn't even his real name.
Yeah, and he's known for being very sneaky. He's known for being very cunning, which is 100% Slytherin. I mean, you could argue like, oh, well, he doesn't have the ambition of the others. I think he does have ambition that he hides. You know what I mean? Like,
he has ambition. It's just not worth dying for to him. Like,
yeah.
He'd rather go away and let the war finish out and then apply his ambitions to something else tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, that gives me the Malfoys in Deathly Hallows, where they're like, fuck this shit. Like, as soon as they could leave, they're like out of there. They're not gonna die for Voldemort.
And, you know, honestly, like that, I'm glad you agree with that, because out of all of them, I kind of identify with Claude the most in that regard, because that's very much me. Like, I love winning. I hate losing. I hate looking stupid. I hate being bested. At the same time, there's really nothing that I'm willing to go die for. And like that would totally be me. Like, okay, like, hey, Teach, that you outmaneuvered me. You won. We don't need to fight to the death. I'm gonna just get out of your way.
Yep. And I respect that. I really do. I respect that somebody's like, hey, I'm not dying for this. You know? I think Claude does care more than he lets on about what's going on. But yeah, I think he is definitely, you know, there to kind of, if he wins, that's great. If things are looking bad, see ya.
Yep.
And I mean, they have all this build up before you fight him in Crimson Flower, where they're like, what do they call him? Something tactician? I forget. But
yeah,
like
the master tactician.
Yeah,
or
something like that. Because yeah, like you said, I mean, you summed it up really well, where he's kind of like just watching the chess game. And that's why he's sort of straddling the fence to just kind of see what's going to happen, you know? And then, yeah, he just kind of leaves if things are looking bad for him. But yeah, he definitely cares for his friends. He's not callous. You know, he doesn't want Hilda to fight. You pretty much have to fight her in Crimson Flower, and you know, when you take her out, he's like, I told you to leave. You know? Yeah,
and he's very upset that she dies.
Yeah. He definitely cares for his friends, but he puts his survival above all else. Yeah. So, well, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought that you and chat were going to have a different opinion.
No, I really like Claude in that way, because I see a lot of myself in him, and I think he would totally be in Slytherin. You can see, like, right from the beginning, one of the one of the lines in the initial description of him is that he seems very friendly, but his smile never quite seems genuine. Like he's always holding something back.
I was gonna quote that as well because when you first meet him, it says his smile like doesn't quite reach his eyes or something.
Yep.
And
that's exactly what it says.
Yeah, so right away, you know that Claude is kind of putting on a little bit of a facade. He kind of seems like he's really easygoing, but he's not. He's a lot more intelligent and sneaky than you would think.
All right. Well, yeah, that one we were all on the same page with. That's cool.
He's also a troll, so I feel like
he's a troll.
He's a bit of a troll, so I think that also puts him in Slytherin. Dude, we are like, I think this says a lot about the characters of this game that this is so balanced.
It is. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I'm really shocked.
I think that there's just a really good amount of different personalities in the game.
Now the next one I'm kind of wondering about too, because my opinion is fucking Gryffindor all the way.
I don't know, because she is so goddamn obsessed with Geralt that you could like argue that it's a loyalty thing. She becomes the Blade Breaker too and takes his ends up incurring all these debts. She deserves a better ending than that, damn it. That's so
she really
that's
does
really
deserve
upsetting.
A better ending. Her endings really upset me.
Yeah.
And I'm trying not to be too biased because I like her actor.
Yeah.
But she herself, she's not highborn. She's not a member of the nobility.
Right.
She's not even like Raphael, whose family is kind of like one of the new rich, like they're a merchant family.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be his life. He has something that he's going to go walk into. Leonie is a little more like Caspar in that she knows that she has to make her own future.
That's true.
But she is at a disadvantage even compared to him because she is a commoner.
Mm-hmm.
She has a common background. Her entire village worked to raise a bunch of money to send her to the monastery, and she's there to prove herself.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't see. I definitely don't like Ravenclaw. No,
let's just nix Ravenclaw because that's not it for her.
She's brash and loud and courageous, very similar to Caspar.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's because we already put him in Gryffindor that is kind of swaying my opinion there. But I would think, and I don't see Slytherin. I don't see enough of the even unconscious elitism that would put her into Slytherin, or just the valuing the self-preservation above everything.
No, I don't think it's that. I do see a little bit of the ambition or the need to be great simply because she probably feels so indebted to the village for paying her way through school. So there's going to be that there's definitely going to be that in the back of your mind of I got to do well and make them proud, right? But again, that's not really ambition for yourself. That's kind of I think that's almost more loyalty or Hufflepuff in a way of I want to make them proud, and I mean she definitely wants to make Geralt proud. So yeah, I'm leaning away from Slytherin as well, I think. So I don't know, somewhere between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, I think, is where Leonie is.
I think here's what I think could decide it. I think that if it came to fighting, if it came to actually putting yourself, where your values are and fighting for a cause, I think she would be there with the Gryffindors before the rest of the Hufflepuffs.
I see that.
because she would be just a little bit more, definitely even more so than Petra. She would be the one to be like, yeah, let's go, and punch first and ask questions later.
I would agree with that. I think Hufflepuffs kind of consider things more than Gryffindors do. I think Gryffindors kind of more like barge in, you know, sometimes. Not all the time. As we've seen with some of them, there are more calculated, but yeah, if it's between the two, I think that's a good point. So we'll put Leonie in Gryffindor.
Oh, I have a friend. Hi, Rue. Come here, buddy. Hold on. They need treats.
Okay. Puppers are getting some treats. Well, while he's doing that, I'm gonna start finding all the church people to put up here. Oh, or should we do... Oh, we should do Ashmole's first, actually. So I'll get them, and then... Manuela, Flan, stupid Gilbert. And the man. Snack break. I think we're doing pretty well with our list so far. Where's Dad? There's Dad. Dad should be here. Dad can hang out next to Eloise. I'm sure he'll love that. Okay. Where'd Cyril go? There's Cyril. Think Hanneman's easy? Yeah, some of these are. Not all of them, though. Where's Yuritsa? There's Yuritsa. Yuritsa, but also Death Knight. I mean, like... Okay. Oh, Anna, we should put with the church people. Put her there. Okay. I'm curious about everyone's opinion on Dad, because I think I got an unpopular opinion on it. Yeah, Dad... I'll have to think about that for Dad, because I'm not sure where I'd put him. It's weird how I went from hating Leonie because of that to loving her because of her other supports. Like, that's somebody I'd actually be friends with. Yeah, I think Leonie is a good person. I just wish that they... I just wish that they gave more of a reasoning for her kind of obsession with Geralt, because it really comes off as an obsession simply because we don't really get to see much about her backstory or why. You know? I think if he had been more of a father figure to her, it would have made more sense. Or again, if she had lost her own father and was kind of like looking for, you know, subconsciously looking for like a replacement, I would maybe feel a little differently. But we don't get a lot of why she loves Geralt so much. Well, I know where some of these are going. They're gonna be easy.
Did you place Hilda?
No, I was waiting for you. I was just organizing everybody while you were gone.
I would put Hilda in Hufflepuff.
Interesting. Chat was saying Slytherin, so I'm interested in your reasoning.
I don't... Well, now I'm not sure, because, I mean, Hilda, she's a really good fighter, but she doesn't really want to fight. She's very lazy, and she... Yeah, Yeah, I'm wrong. I would go with Slytherin simply because if she were in Hufflepuff, she would do her own goddamn chores and not try to pawn it off on other students.
Yeah, I would say that although she doesn't really have a lot of the ambition, she definitely has the cunning. She can work anybody. She can get anybody to do her chores for her. She plays people like a fiddle. Like, I don't really see any of the other houses working for her.
Yeah.
Especially Hufflepuff. She's not fair at all. Like, she is very selfish. And with Ravenclaw, like, she is very lazy and not like Linhart. Like, Linhart still has a love of learning, even if he doesn't want to apply what he's learning. Hilda doesn't really want to do any of that. She just kind of wants people to do her work for her. She is more capable than she seems. I mean, obviously, she's a really good fighter. She kind of likes to pretend that she's not. Because I think she is afraid of the expectations that people are going to have for her if she really starts applying herself. But even with that said, she doesn't really fit in the other houses. I mean, yeah, you could say she's brave, sure, but not, I mean, she kind of has to be pushed. She's not really, I don't know. She doesn't really kind of act much on her own. She's somebody that kind of likes to have other people do things for her, and
there are a lot of people like that in Slytherin.
Yeah.
They're just fucking
Draco's
lazy.
kind of like that.
Draco's kind of like that. Pansy Parkinson is like that. Like, they're people that want all of the benefits of being hardworking and ambitious and prideful and cunning, but they don't really apply themselves. They just sort of want to ingratiate themselves to other people who will get them where they want to be. And that's Hilda.
Yeah, and it's not like Dorothea, although, like, we did sort Dorothea into Slytherin. It's not like Dorothea, where Dorothea is again, motivated by fear. She is afraid of living on the streets, and, you know, she really has to think about her future and herself, whereas Hilda is just kind of lazy and doesn't really want to do much of anything. I mean,
Slytherin for you.
We do see some of her loyalty with Claude, you know, during that battle where she keeps fighting even though he told her to run. Basically, he told her to retreat and she doesn't listen. So there is that. So I do think that she at least has some loyalty to Claude and cares about Claude. But yeah, I think overall she's probably more Slytherin. How about Marianne?
I think I would put Marianne in Ravenclaw with Bernie.
Aww.
Hello?
Is Discord cutting out?
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Muggle, she doesn't want any of this. Aww.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, you said Ravenclaw, right?
Yeah, and
Is she studious though? Is Marianne? I know she's smart, but
she is. I don't see her standing up for fairness and justice the way that other Hufflepuffs would. Certainly not Gryffindor. She doesn't. I don't remember her having a whole lot of ambition or even pride. Like, she has major self-esteem issues.
Yeah, she's always kind of beating herself up.
And yeah, I think
in fact, she really doesn't want the, you know, she doesn't want her crest. She doesn't want the nobility. So I really don't think she can't be Slytherin.
So I think I would put her in Ravenclaw.
What do you guys think, chat? She doesn't really have a driving factor because of her fear that she'll hurt others. So Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin are definitely out. Yeah. I feel like Marianne would pretend to be a squib. Yeah. I mean, I think you're right. I don't know if she's really creative either, or she might be our first muggle. Yeah, I think Marianne would just be like, no, I'm a squib. I can't do magic.
I don't like, if we're going with all the students have to be in houses, I would probably put her in Ravenclaw. Because, like, I don't know, like, in the absence of everything else, she would probably choose to just, like, stay by herself and read or study something.
Probably, although I mean, Hufflepuff, I could make the argument that she is very faithful, right? So, again, you could see that as a kind of loyalty, sort of like mercy,
right,
to her faith. And I do think she cares about fairness. I just don't think she necessarily has her voice yet to kind of stand up. You know, I mean, post time skip, she definitely gets some courage, and, you know, I think it's in the support with Ferdinand, maybe, where she stops looking down all the time, and, like, raises her head finally. But I think she might more go towards Hufflepuff. And I kind of agree with Umbreon's in that she almost would need a really supportive house, which I think she has in the Golden Deer. Because, yeah, I think Ravenclaw, they're a lot of times loners.
So everybody would be too busy with what they're doing, and there wouldn't be enough, like, empathy or even, like, attention for her that she needs. That's interesting.
I think she would need a better support system than Ravenclaw could give her. Because I think Ravenclaw is filled with a lot of introverts. I mean, they might bond over certain things that they like learning, but I don't think she would like that. I don't think she's really driven by learning, or intelligence, or, you know. So I think if we had to pick one, I think Hufflepuff would be a better fit for her. I like the argument that Umbreon's made. I think that'd be correct.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Post time skip, she's a puff because she has people she's willing to fight for. That's true. But she's not in Hogwarts willingly for the first 3 years. I mean, I feel like she would, you know, she would probably be the kid that is forced to go that doesn't really want to go. But yeah, I think, because it's kind of like how the Sorting Hat says to Harry, you would have done well in Slytherin. So the Sorting Hat kind of seems to think about not only what's best for you and your values, but also where you best fit. I mean, look at Neville. Neville did not think he was capable of being in Gryffindor. He thought he was going to be in Hufflepuff. He absolutely did not think that he was gonna, I think he even asked to be in Hufflepuff because he didn't want, you know, any pressures, or he didn't want to be in Gryffindor because he kind of has this really negative opinion of himself. But then the hat put him there, and then he grew into it. You know, he kind of grew into that role. He didn't start there. So I think maybe that would be the same for Marianne, where she would eventually find acceptance, and like Hufflepuff is pretty accepting, and I think she would be that person too once she maybe opened up a little bit.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Hufflepuff. Look at all the little puffs. It's a nice house. Lysithea. I'm of two minds here.
Yep, and I bet I know which two, and I am going to go with Ravenclaw. Because now, and I'm thinking like for the entire game, like not thinking after you get certain endings with her. I would put her in Ravenclaw because she spends pretty much the whole game trying to learn as much as she can and be as good as she can. But there's not that self-preservation. It's not a prideful thing. It's not a cunning thing. It's not an ambition thing, because she knows that she doesn't really have a future. She doesn't really have a future to be ambitious for. All she has left for herself is to just kind of like be as good as she can and learn and do as much as she can in the time that she has. And I think she would get very impatient with the pride that she would and the egos that she would encounter in Slytherin.
Yeah.
Because that stuff doesn't matter to her. It's all like she would want to be with other people who are academically minded and focused on learning, and that could help her in that way, because that's what she really wants. That is that she doesn't really have anything except that to live for in her mind. So that's why I would go with Ravenclaw.
Yeah, I think I would agree, because Stargazing says, I can see Ravenclaw, however, I feel like she's only studious because she wants to live. I would disagree with that, because Lysithea doesn't even know that that's an option. Lysithea doesn't know that she might have a chance to live until she talks to, I think it's Hanneman, who talks about like maybe removing one of her crests. Like, that's not even in her mind as a possibility when she starts there. She's just immediately really studious from the get-go, and she really wants to learn, and you know, that's kind of her thing. She's also a little bit on the weaker side, as you can, like, physically, which you can see, you know, when she's battling. She's very much a glass cannon, but also, you know, in some of her supports, she tires easily. So maybe she kind of sees her mind as her strength, and that's what she chooses to focus on, because that's just her reality. So she, you know, puts her energy and time into that. And I do think she really does enjoy learning and studying and kind of getting better at magic, which, again, as one of the best units in the game, I think you can kind of see that. I never had Hanneman talk to her, but I know Linhart suggests doing it too. Yeah, so that's not even something that she was really striving towards or working towards, I don't think, on her own, to where she's like, oh my gosh, I gotta, you know, do something to reverse this. I think Iko's right in that she just is aware that her time is limited, and she's kind of trying to fill it with what she enjoys, which is learning and getting better. And I do think she likes being better, but I don't necessarily think she's trying to be better than everyone around her. I think she's just trying to be better than herself. Like, she's always trying to improve herself. So I would say,
and just for the sake of doing it.
Yes. Not for any like greater purpose. So I would also say Ravenclaw then. But look at this. We are even once again.
Hi, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie.
Welcome.
On to the Ashen Wolves. Yuri in the garbage. Azkaban. I don't know. Where do we want to put Yuri?
Slytherin.
Yeah.
He wants power.
He's also very sneaky.
He's
very
extremely
cunning.
Sneaky and cunning.
Very slippery. like you just can't trust him. I would not trust him.
So unfortunately, I mean, he's a student, so we have to put him in a house. He can't go to jail. But
he's not old enough to go to jail.
Yeah, he's not old enough to go to prison. So I unfortunately we're gonna have to take him.
All right. Damn it!
But
Chat wants her to be.
He's a perfect example. He's a perfect example of why Lysithea wouldn't do well in Slytherin, because she would just have zero time or tolerance for somebody with his level of pretense.
Yeah, and I also don't think she has a lot of time for people who waste time, because she values her time so much, you know, because she's literally like, I have years left, guys, and you're fucking around, you know? So, technically, Abyss is jail.
Balthus, Gryffindor. I think you cut out.
No, I'm thinking.
I can't. Oh.
I'm thinking.
I just think he fits right in with Caspar and Leonie. Like, I think they would be like best friends. And I'm just like, I don't know where else he would go. Except maybe Hufflepuff. Because, like, he's not a good student. He's not studious or academic at all. He doesn't belong in Slytherin because, like, he doesn't think that way. He's not a strategist. He's not, you know, really, I mean, he is prideful, but it's in his skills as a fighter, not like in himself.
Lacius Automod did not like MILFs. Which of the Hogwarts houses are really into MILFs? I think Balthus. I don't know, because he does have.
Wait, he's older. Is he too old to be a student at all?
I mean, he technically would be, because I think he's like 27. What pre-time skip, or 26? He's the oldest
where
student.
Else to put him.
It's hard because he's 28. He's even older than I thought. Yeah, Balthus is difficult.
Because he's sort of been cast out of his family, so he doesn't have the family loyalty.
I mean, he's loyal to his mom though.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't really his fault. Like, his stepmother was afraid that he was gonna get more than his sibling or whatever, and he got held back because he's too much of a himbo. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Balthus has to be a little cunning to be able to avoid those debt collectors as well as he has. Balthus has too much of a gambling debt to be in Ravenclaw. What do you think? What do you think, chat? Balthus is stumping me. I'm trying to remember his supports. I don't know. I mean, he is a little bit brash. Like, in that one support where Happy's in a box or something.
What?
He like,
I don't remember that.
Or it's not a support. I think it's a paralog.
Oh.
Can't see him in any of the houses. He's got to be Yuri's right-hand man for more than strength. I say Slytherin. I think out of all of them, I'm leaning more towards Gryffindor because I think he is a little bit too brash. And, like, I think that's reflected in his many debts. Like, he doesn't really think things through sometimes. You know? And he is brave. I mean, he definitely brags a lot about himself, but I don't think he's, like, Slytherin. He has Gryffindor recklessness, but he's cunning to avoid debt, loyal to his friend Holst. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think he's really into, like, what's fair, necessarily. For Hufflepuff. I think I'm leaning more towards Gryffindor. Balthus definitely ends up in Azkaban after all his debt collectors catch up to him. All right, so Balthus is in Azkaban for tax evasion.
Oh my god.
Just like Yoshi. He's got to be brash to get the debts in the first place. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Leibniz. And I mean, he is very brave. Okay, I think we're gonna go Gryffindor, but Balthus has been one of the more difficult ones so far. All right, Happy.
I would put Happy in Slytherin too.
Balthus would pretend to be a muggle to escape magic world debts.
Yeah, that's true.
You would do that. You'd put Happy in Slytherin?
I don't know. I feel like my brain is starting to dry up. Like I'm not
Don't worry, Constance will be easy.
Constance will be pretty easy. Happy's very...
Happy don't give a fuck. Like,
she
Balthus
doesn't really.
discovers DraftKings and his problems start all over again. I think the problem with the Ashen Wolves is that they aren't as developed as the other characters. I think that's the problem that we're running into. Because I think they're all kind of more difficult to categorize because we don't really get as many supports with them. We don't get as much information about them. Happy would hate Gryffindor. She's only loyal to folks she thinks deserves it. She doesn't pursue wisdom. Kind of leaves Slytherin. Yeah, I don't see her in Gryffindor. That's for sure.
She's one that I would see in Slytherin sort of by default. Like she's not... She's not a scholarly person necessarily. She's not loyal just to be loyal. And she doesn't belong in Gryffindor. So like there's only one left. And she does have like that I don't care. So she probably wouldn't. She's definitely all about self-preservation.
Yeah. Which makes sense because of what happened to her. She's also, I mean, with Ravenclaw, like, she's definitely not really that, because Ravenclaws can be kind of dreamers in a way, or like creatives and stuff, and I think she's more grounded than that. Like, she kind of rejects Ash's ideals of knights because of what she's been through. So yeah, I mean, out of all of them, I think Slytherin would probably be the place for her. Don't know how exactly she's Slytherin, but everywhere else just seems weird. I think it's mostly the self-preservation. She doesn't really have a lot of ambition, but it's sort of like Slytherin by default because the other houses really don't fit her. Also, I could see her almost like resigning herself to Slytherin because of her abilities of like, well, I summon monsters, so you know what I mean?
I belong here in the house with the bad reputation.
Also, they're in the dungeons, which is kind of like Abyss. So, I mean... Yeah.
All right.
Happy is right.
Happy gets Slytherin.
Okay. Happy is rightfully disgruntled and ostracized because of her monster summoning, and she's perhaps the most tear down the system from the Foundation character in the whole game. Yeah. Yeah, I think Slytherin is our best bet with Happy. All right, Constance.
Slytherin.
Yeah. I did think Ravenclaw too, but Constance is so much about her family name.
No, she's all about rebuilding that legacy.
Right. So it's not just, I mean, I think she does have a lot of Ravenclaw tendencies there too, but yeah, she's very much like prideful. She's very, she is all about bringing, you know, her family legacy back and getting the recognition that she deserves, or, you know, in her mind, she deserves. She is very intelligent, and obviously a very gifted mage, but yeah, I think we gotta say Slytherin. I was gonna say Ravenclaw, but yeah, Slytherin fits her to a T. Yeah, she's like almost Ravenclaw, but then you remember, like, you know, every time she goes on about House Nouvelle, and you're like, oh, actually. And she hates the sun. That's right. The Ashen Wolves are more Slytherin focused. Yeah, they are. And again, they're in Abyss, the dungeon. So was that intentional? I don't know. All right, we are moving on to the church. Cyril.
Cyril is a muggle. And that's all I have to say about that. He's just a muggle. He doesn't fucking do anything. He doesn't belong in Hogwarts. He's just there because he's Rhea's, like, maid boy.
Jeez.
Am I wrong?
Okay, you're not wrong. I would argue if we're gonna
He's not a student.
If he's too young to be a student. Actually, I don't think he is, because even though I think he's 10, I think pre-time skip he's supposed to be like 13 or 14 or 15, but I always thought he was like 10. Anyway, I would say that of all the houses, he would probably be somewhere between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, because he is extremely loyal to Rhea to a fault. I mean, I get why. It makes sense. But still. But he is very brave. He wants to be a knight. He wants to protect Rhea. So he's got that kind of daringness to him. So I think if we were to sort him, he would go somewhere between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The Cyril tier. Everyone is saying, are you all saying Muggle? Chat's saying Muggle. Isn't that what you said, Eco?
I said Muggle.
You said Muggle too. Poor Cyril. Poor Cyril.
And I cannot stand the Cyril Lysithea ship.
Oh, yeah.
So I
don't understand how he's like an adult in post time skip, because he just looks so young.
Yeah, can't stand that. So, Aloise.
You got that ending and you hate it? Yeah, I'm not about that ending. Aloise? Aloise is a squib. He sucks at magic. We've seen this.
He does literally suck at magic. He's not a student. He's a squib.
No, he's a squib.
Also, he made up his wife and family.
So he's also a liar.
So he's also a liar.
Yeah, if we were to put him in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, I would probably lean more towards Hufflepuff. Would you, Eco?
Who?
For Aloise.
Oh, yeah, Hufflepuff.
He is pretty loyal to Geralt and the Knights. and kind of
just... Is loud a Hufflepuff trait? I don't...
Forever alone. Alois is hard too because we don't get a ton about Alois. You know what I mean? Like, even though he has supports, like, what do we learn? He's scared of ghosts. We don't learn a ton about him, but I do think he does have a lot of loyalty for Geralt because he's ready to follow Byleth kind of for Geralt. So I would say he would be in Hufflepuff, but he's a squib. He can't do magic. Poor Alois. All right, how about Dad? Dear old Dad. Where's Dad going?
Well, he's not a student either.
No, we can still put them in houses, though. They've just, graduated. It's fine.
But do you think he ever did graduate? I feel like he's only there. No, he's only there. I don't mean that in like a he's dumb and got expelled like way. But
I thought you were trying to say Dad's a bad boy. That's why Leonie likes him.
Well, he is a bad boy. Look at him.
He is a bad boy. He clearly has a drinking problem.
But he's only involved with it at all because he was in a battle and Rhea saved him.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think he was what, like a bandit or mercenary before then.
He was some kind of either mercenary or knight.
Yeah.
But he wasn't with the Knights of Saros. She just saved him, so he joined her after that.
Mm-hmm.
Out of a sense of obligation or gratitude. So if we're not putting him in Muggle, which I think is really where he belongs, because I think it makes the most sense that he's a Muggle.
Fair.
He would go in Gryffindor.
I think I agree with Joker. Geralt pre-Byleth could have been Gryffindor, but he definitely denounced it after Rhea. Yeah, I think Stargazing is right that like once Geralt had a family, I think that kind of became his world because he was willing. He started a fire, he took baby Byleth and peaced out, like, and really just ran from Rhea for 20 years.
Right.
And I think that's all just loyalty to the child and also to Citri. I mean, I think he kind of... Geralt, to me, seems like he was kind of the bad boy and then settled down and was just, like, all consumed by family. But then after everything happened with Rhea, he kind of swayed back to some of those old tendencies because, like, you see that he... Or you at least get an idea that he would drink a lot, and that he's kind of disillusioned with, obviously with Rhea in the church, but also sort of his own situation, like his age, when he says to Alois, like, yeah, I stopped counting after 100. Like, he seems kind of angry and bitter after Citri's death. So... we need on the run from Azkaban. Running away from Dementors. So, yeah, I think Gerald's lived too long. He's switched houses too many times. But yeah, I get the sense that he might have been kind of a brash Gryffindor before Rhea, like before he met Rhea, then became more of like Hufflepuff once he had his family, and then after that, I don't know. I mean, he was still clearly very loyal to, Byleth and very Hufflepuffy, but also kind of turned a little bit bitter. Disillusion would imply that he was wrong, though. I don't mean to say that he was wrong. More of like, I don't know, he's more sort of bitter about everything because it seemed like he and Rhea had a good relationship before Citri died. It seemed like they were very close. And then that happened and he started suspecting Rhea. And then, that sort of shattered a lot for him, I think. But yeah, I think overall Dad's probably a Muggle at this point. just an immortal Muggle. He's too hard to place. Just one house for him is kind of difficult.
So who's next? I can't. Oh, fuck. Azkaban.
Well, the Death Knight's going to Azkaban, right? Like, that's not even like.
I didn't notice. I didn't see that there was a Death Knight.
Yeah. Death Knight's going to Azkaban. He looks like a Dementor already. Yeah, Yuritsa is kind of just a weirdo. I don't even like. Well, he is. I don't know how to even begin to sort him because he's just like, I like sorbet and murder. Okay? Like, I don't know.
Murderer.
Is he possessed by a demon? And I'm asking this seriously because I don't understand Yuritsa.
No, he's not.
He's not possessed by a demon? I kind of wondered if, like, he was... I don't know.
No,
please put Yuritsa in jail.
It's the trauma of everything that happened to him as a kid and an adolescent, like, gave him a split personality, and he
actually has a split personality. I thought he was, like, experimented on by those who slither in the dark.
No. That's just him. That's a persona.
Well, I was
that he has made up.
I think I was interpreting his character incorrectly then, because I thought he had some kind of, like, I don't know where I got that from. I made that up. I guess that was my headcanon. Okay, so the implication is that he has DID. The Death Knight is an alter. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's not possessed by a demon. He's just really fucked up.
Okay, I thought... I was just I don't know where I got that from. I just made that up, I guess. It just seemed very... I don't know.
Well, we don't have a weirdo house.
Like, and I feel like we should clarify that if you have mental illness, you're not fucked up. I just feel the need to say that. It's not that. It's the fact that he's very murdery.
Yeah, things happened to him that fucked him up, like, in his youth. And he needs a lot of help. And as we've seen from other people, you know what? I bet that there has been enough scholarship in the past, in the deep past of Fodlan, because remember, they have very advanced technology. They used to.
Well, they would if Rhea didn't freaking stop advancement.
Yes. I bet that Rhea had Seth obliterate all of the psychology and medical texts.
He went through and like and took every single psychology book in existence.
It's her fault that these poor people don't have any support or care that they need.
I mean, she definitely slowed technological advancement and potentially modern medicine. So
yeah, he could go into a Saint Mungo tier if there was one.
Well, I think he has to go to Azkaban because he did kidnap Flane.
He did. We just don't have enough tiers.
Terrorizing people. But again, it's kind of like, are we sorting Yuritsa, or like the Death Knight is technically the one who did all that stuff. Yuritsa, I see as very Hufflepuff in his loyalty to his family, because he does like, okay, so he finds out that his father, I believe, is going to try to marry Mercy for her crest. They don't have the same father. But then Yuritsa kills him to, like, prevent him from going after Mercy and their mother. So we could put like Yuritsa in Hufflepuff and then the Death Knight in Azkaban.
Even if just because he would threaten the Sorting Hat to put him into the same house as Mercy.
Yeah. So, okay, well, that makes a lot more sense. I was completely interpreting his character incorrectly. I thought that some magical thing happened.
No.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense then.
All right, here's the one that we've all been waiting for, even
Gilbert,
more so than Dimitri.
Gilbert goes to Azkaban for being a shitty father.
Because he is... how old's Annette?
I don't know, 16, 17?
Is she 16? Is it? All right, well then he's 16 years behind on child support payments. And that's just the way it is. So you go to jail for that shit. So he's going to jail. Also, he kills his daughter in certain routes. So
yeah, that's pretty fucked up, Gilbert. Also, Annette is there the whole time and he doesn't even talk to her. Like, she mentions to Byleth, you know, oh, have you seen a man that looks kind of like me? And she's like, that's my dad. And he doesn't even try. He's too busy sitting there whining about, oh, you know, I suck, but I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to try to be a better dad. You suck, Gilbert. I don't like him.
That's done.
Done. Screw you, Gilbert.
Hanneman would be... I think he would be the head of Ravenclaw House.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hanneman's definitely a Ravenclaw. He loves to learn for the sake of learning. I mean, like, he does have some backstory that kind of also plays into the Crest research, like with his sister and stuff. I mean, he does have a little bit of Gryffindor in him that he left the nobility. I think that's a very courageous thing to do, especially considering just how important or coveted nobility and crests are in their society. So I think it takes a lot of guts to step down from that. But you could also argue that that's a Ravenclaw trait because he's kind of thinking in opposition to the status quo. You know what I mean? He's kind of like thinking outside the box.
Sedith.
All right.
Where does Daddy Sedith go?
I know where Daddy Sedith goes.
I wasn't sure if there was like a dirty punchline to that.
In my car. What?
There it is. There it is. So I don't know, because I could see him being the head of Slytherin House, but
oh, I don't think Sedith is a Slytherin.
I think that might just be because he looks so much like Green Snape. I believe that he instead would be the head of either Hufflepuff or Gryffindor, because he's obviously such a stickler for the rules. Like he's the enforcer. He's like the guy that he's the guy that'll like criticize you for having your uniform out of order, or, you know,
that's a losing battle with Hilda.
Yeah.
Hi, Nate.
But I could also see the Gryffindor side, because once we know about his backstory, he used to be like, he was a warrior. He fought in a war, and he changed. He became who he is today because of the outcome of the war and what happened to Flame.
Mm-hmm. And his wife.
And so he's driven when we know him, he's driven by his loyalty to them above everything else.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Knight.
So
okay.
I have to try not to be swayed by his uncanny resemblance to Snape.
Okay. So, number one, I don't think that we can put him in a house based off of who he was because unfortunately we don't have enough information. We know that he fought in Rhea's war. We don't know his motivations though. We don't know if it was just out of his loyalty to Rhea, if it was out of fear, if it was out of loyalty to the cause. We don't know if he just was a warrior and that's kind of... We don't really know who Seteth was then. So I don't think we can really, like, factor that in. I originally thought Ravenclaw. Because he is a writer. He really enjoys reading, writing, like making fables, especially like cautionary fables or, you know, ones that bestow wisdom. And I don't really see him as much of a he is a warrior and a fighter, but I don't think he wants to be. I don't think that really motivates him because given the chance, he and Flayn peace out. He's like, see you, Rhea. And I mean, Rhea's all she's got at that point. You know, they're the last of their family. And he just kind of is like, nah, and leaves her alone to deal with Edelgard. At least in Crimson Flower.
Once Flayn is threatened, nothing else matters.
Mm-hmm. I think he's also very intelligent and a strategist more than just, you know, like a straight up warrior.
Oh, yeah.
Which would also fit more with Ravenclaw. He also is basically the secretary, so he deals with a lot of administrative tasks. I don't see him as Slytherin at all. I don't really think he's an ambitious person. Maybe he once was, but from what we see, I don't think he is now. I don't think he really has any desire for power. I think he wants peace, but I don't think he's motivated by that at all. Oh, bye, Kiwi.
Yeah, I think I would go with Ravenclaw. I was kind of trying to like put one as the leader, like have a house leader for each one. But I do think he would fit into Ravenclaw.
It's hard because I think if you're just talking about Seteth by himself, I think he is a Ravenclaw. If you're factoring in Flayn, I think it changes because his loyalty to Flayn is unlike anything else. And it changes how he responds to situations.
But at the same time, that's his daughter.
Yeah.
So
that at the same time, like that's a dad, right? I mean,
that's a rare good dad in a video game. And it's kind of like, yeah, that's expected when you're a father. That's not like him. So yeah, let's put him in Ravenclaw.
Okay.
Because of him, like his own personality by himself.
Okay. Because also, I mean, he's not necessarily just loyal straight up to his entire family, which we see that with Rhea, because he will like be like, see ya.
Primarily Flayn.
Yeah. And I mean, in Church Route, like he has more of a role to play just because of the nature of it. But he's ready to strike Rhea down if he has to. He doesn't want to, but he admits that, you know, they're probably going to have to. So I do think he's very loyal to Flayn. But again, like you said, like that's a dad, right? Like I would hope that your dad would, you know, protect you and care about you. That's not always the case, but.
Even from your aunt.
I think it's because Flan is a direct relative. His relation with Rhea may be more of a distant relative. I don't think so, though. Because they all kind of were I thought that they were all, except for Flayn, children of the goddess, because they're the ones who kind of had the the crests to give. Like, it started with them. So that would kind of imply that they're directly from Dothis? Maybe, I don't know. It's never really clear on how he's related to Rhea, which bothers me, because it's like, are they siblings? Are they cousins? I think they're siblings. At least it would make the most sense if they were siblings. They're all saints. You know, Rhea, I mean, I know that that's Rhea's story, but they're all depicted as saints. He is, it does say that Indek and Macula are his brothers. They never really specify with Rhea. Rhea's supposed to be the youngest of all of the children of the goddess, but then where the hell did Seth come from? Like, is he her nephew? I don't know. The problem is the history of the Nabatea is very scarce. We can only assume they're closely related. Yeah. So, I don't know. I really want more lore on that. I wish we had more information, because I don't think we get enough. It's gonna come out that Rhea's like his mom, and I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. They list everyone's relation to each other except for Rhea. Yeah, it's weird. They don't specify it, but there's clearly something there. I swear, though, if she ends up being his mom, I don't even know what I'm gonna do. But yeah. Anyway, I think personally he is more Ravenclaw, even though he is super motivated, obviously, by Flayn, especially after everything that's happened to her. It makes sense why he's super overprotective. But I think that's just being a dad.
Yeah.
More so than like a necessarily personality traits.
So do you want to skip over to Flayn?
We can skip over to Flayn, sure. Oh god, I don't even want to clip that for the Kita was right moment. Tim? If we have to play this back in June when we play Three Hopes. Oh my god. So. Imagine Rhea being your stepmom. No! All right, Flan.
Sweet little Flan.
We love Flan. Well, she's not. I don't know. She's not a Slytherin. I think we can rule out Slytherin.
I thought I had like a really good idea of what I would do with her. Because I was gonna say yeah, I'm gonna go with my gut, which was Hufflepuff. And sort of for a similar reason to Marianne. Because Flayn has a lot of fear.
Yeah,
she has a lot of fear from her past. And she's afraid to make friends, even though she wants to.
Poor baby is afraid to go to sleep.
She's afraid to even go to sleep because she's afraid of, waking up 1,000 years in the future and everyone she knew is gone. Which is what happened to her when she was injured in the ancient war. So part of that is also due to Seth, because he sort of chases everyone away from her.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's so overprotective of her. So I think that she would end up doing the best in a house with very accepting, supportive, wholesome people.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Nice.
I do think that Flayn has a little bit of Gryffindor in her, though. Because she's very bold at times and a little brash at times. And, she kind of has this, it's...
Prepare yourself! Yeah! Rah! Ha! Sha!
Melium, thank you for the $5 tip. Listen to that death cry. Thank you so much, Melium. Melium, let me know which jar you would like me to put that towards, because I need to do that at the end of stream. And Wildcat from the other day, I need to know yours too. So let me know. Checked Sothis' wiki. Rhea is the only one marked down as daughter and Seth as a descendant. Yeah, but I don't think we get that confirmed, though. I don't think we get enough information about that. And I think that's why he's labeled as a descendant and not necessarily, like, a son. Because they just didn't go into that part of the backstory. So I don't know. I don't think anything has been officially confirmed. Hopefully we'll get more information in Three Hopes, though. Artemis, thank you, Wildcat. I think she wants to have Gryffindor values, but for now she's tied to the past. If she gets reevaluated in the future after therapy, she would be Gryffindor. Yeah, I think she values bravery and daring and kind of wants to be that, and does have a little bit of that in her. I mean, we see that a little bit with Raphael when he's trying to teach her how to battle cry. You know, she's very eager for acceptance and for friendship. And I think that's kind of Hufflepuffy, you know? Like, they're more inviting, they're more accepting. I think Ravenclaw would be too isolated for her. Slytherin, she just doesn't fit in. And I think she would have a lot of fun in Gryffindor, but I think Sedith would get gray hair if she were a Gryffindor because she would be surrounded by bad influences. That would get her into trouble. So...
Yeah, because especially if we're going with like what the sorting hat would take into consideration, it would be that Flame is so impressionable that she would get into trouble in Gryffindor.
Yeah, she absolutely would. So Hufflepuff, but she's got some Gryffindor qualities. All right. How about Anna? I feel like Anna's super easy. Do you disagree?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Barely can hear you.
Oh, okay.
There.
I got up for just a second. Oh, no, Anna's totally a Slytherin. She's all in it for herself.
100%.
She is a saleswoman and only cares about building that career and getting that money.
Right. Yep. Very ambitious. I mean, yeah, that's really the only place for Anna. Catherine needs to come after Rhea since she would 100% follow wherever Rhea goes.
Well, then she's going to jail.
Going to jail. Do you want to do Shamir first?
Hold on just a second. I need to go get a drink and I'm being woofed at.
Okay. If we finish this tonight, we need to decide who would try out for Quidditch. Oh my gosh. Quidditch teams. I can think of a few already who would definitely be on the Quidditch team. All right. Man. I don't know for some of these. Anna definitely goes where the money is. And then, look, we have all these people. I mean, Byleth is like... I don't know. Byleth is like all the houses in one. Byleth is OP. Hilda would be the best beater ever if she actually tried. Yeah, but she wouldn't try. Violet is the player's values. That's true. So this is whatever that I don't give a fuck about what is happening tier. She can't be bothered with the mortal world. Violet's decided to study overseas. Easy answer. Honestly, Lorenz probably would have been Beauxbaton. I think. He'd have been like, I'm not going to Hogwarts. I'm better than you. For sure. So many of these are going directly to jail. Once Eco gets back. Freaking Alfric. I forget this guy's name. I remember he's in Lorenz's paralogue. Or a mission with Lorenz. What's his name? Violet is the new headmaster after Rhea goes to Azkaban. Well, in the one ending, Rhea, like, exiles herself to, I think, Xanadu. And I'm pretty sure Catherine goes with her. It's super odd because if Catherine and Linhart are together, they both go with Rhea, which I think is strange. But okay. Also, why are Catherine and Linhart a thing? Anyway.
You sit here.
Honestly, I only see like 4 people who wouldn't be directly to jail. All right, Eco, what do you think for Shamir?
Wait, what did we do with Catherine?
Oh, we didn't.
Oh,
I was just
we switched orders? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, sorry, I'm being distracted by Rue.
He's probably mad because I shut the door.
No, he's sitting in my lap because he can't stop trying to steal Luna's bone.
Oh. I see.
So now he's in timeout with me.
Well,
Shamir
Azkaban.
would go into Shamir would be in Slytherin.
You think?
Yeah. I don't really have a compelling argument for Shamir except that she's very much like she's a no-nonsense person. She's all about the self-preservation. She's a mercenary. She's not really, bound to the church.
No, I mean, she is paying a debt to Rhea, I believe, and I think that's why she's there. But she doesn't really have any loyalties to her beyond that.
No. And if it came right down to it, she would leave, like, to save herself before worrying about debts.
Fair. She's also pretty cunning. I mean, she's a very good hunter.
Yeah, she is very cunning. She's a sniper. She's not a brawler like Balthus. She's clever.
Yeah.
So I would put her in Slytherin.
Slytherin it is. All right. Catherine?
Gryffindor.
You don't think Hufflepuff because of her loyalty to Rhea?
No. I think that, and I mean, maybe I'm headcanoning this a little bit too much, but I think that she is a misguided Gryffindor. I think that she would have started out in Gryffindor. And then was taken in by kind of a false or an over I'm not even really sure what I'm trying to say, but like I think she was taken in by Rhea and the image of the church and what it ostensibly stands for, and has chosen not to look at the reality that's kind of right in front of her.
She is a little brash, I think. Which would line up with kind of being a Gryffindor. can see that. She thinks Rhea's words are justice, and as a knight, she thinks she needs to follow orders. That's true. Catherine needs to go to Hogwarts daycare with her diapers. Oh my gosh. Perfect.
See, and I haven't been looking at chat too much because I don't want to be influenced, by like if somebody
You're the
says,
influencer, not the
says
influencee.
Yeah, I would still say Gryffindor over Hufflepuff because she's just not quite amiable enough. Because I mean, what justice, what fair-minded person would watch Rhea, would not just watch but carry out Rhea's orders for just summary executions? That's not justice. That's tyranny.
Fair.
So I would call her, but she's not, it's not like a Slytherin kind of ambitious, like blind ambition, like
No.
doing anything just for this powerful person in order to gain power for herself. I
No,
think
she doesn't care about that.
She's a misguided Gryffindor.
I could see that. She also very much has kind of that like, noble knight sort of grandeur.
Yeah.
She very much looks and acts the part. But I think, yeah, her justice, I think, is warped by Rhea.
Oh, Tim, come on. I've been doing well with my debates. Well, thanks, because I've been changing my mind a lot. Like from my initial reactions, I've changed several of my positions, but I'm glad that there are a few that you expected to have like very different opinions that we've actually been right on. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, there were a couple that I definitely was like preparing my argument, and you're like, no, that's right. It's like, oh, okay. All right, Manuela. I would like to rule out Slytherin. I don't think she's that ambitious. I think she's a dreamer. I think she's like
Manuela is a hopeless romantic.
I think she is. I think she's very different than Dorothea in that way. Because I don't think Manuela is looking for power or nobility. I don't think she cares. I think she just wants to be loved.
And that's why I say Hufflepuff.
She just wants love and a sugar daddy.
I can see Ravenclaw too, because she's very multi-talented.
I was leaning towards Ravenclaw because of that. Like, I think it's easy to
think of it in practical terms. Like, she started out, she was an artist, she was a singer and an actress, and then once the time kind of ran out on that career, she went back to school and became a doctor. Like, you can't do that if you're not very intelligent. So I could see Ravenclaw also.
She's also an instructor. I think she's often underestimated. You know what I mean? Like, because she struggles with, kind of like her disastrous love affairs, and she drinks a little too much, and I think that people might not really see her as being very intelligent, but I think she is. I think she's actually very intelligent. I mean, she even had the foresight to be like, this career isn't going to last me forever. I'm going to go and leave while I'm on top instead of waiting until I'm,
Yep.
Like.
She left on her terms.
And yeah, she's got that creativity with singing. She obviously loves performing. And yeah, she's multi-talented, like you said. And I kind of associate Ravenclaws with being kind of dreamers and just a little bit idealistic in a sense. I think there's some that are very grounded and very book smart, but then you have the other side of it that's more creative and, more of a dreamer. I see her as a Gryffindor. Oh yeah, she's a dancer too. Remember, Ferdinand got a crush on her because of her sword dance. She's also multi-talented in that she excels in both magic and swordsmanship. Aside from all the other things. When you wake up still drunk, maybe you should rethink things. Poor Manuela. It could push the Manuelith agenda if she's a Ravenclaw. But you're thinking more Hufflepuff, Eco?
I was, because I was thinking of how she's very accepting of everyone.
She also craves acceptance from others.
And probably because of that, she wants that for herself. She's so very willing to give it to other people.
Mm-hmm. I think too, she also is very loyal to the students. And you can see that over time, how much it really hurts her to see them in pain. And to, even though she is supporting the war or fighting alongside in the war, I think it really hurts her to see the students suffering. I think she really cares about them.
Yeah, very much.
She's pretty recklessly brave with how she went off to recklessly charge against the Death Knight. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. She did. She was just kind of letting her anger take the wheel there. And she's like, I'm going. And Hanneman's like, this is dumb.
So yeah, I thought if we're constructing Hogwarts here, that if she's between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and we've already, I think, justly placed Hanneman and Sedith in Ravenclaw, then she would fit into Hufflepuff House as kind of the leader of Hufflepuff. If that's not what we're doing, then I can also see the case for Ravenclaw.
I don't know. Now that we're talking about it, I feel like she might lean more towards Gryffindor or Hufflepuff because she's definitely driven by emotions more than logic, which would be more Ravenclaw, I think. Although then you have Sedith, who's like, Sedith is only kind of like that with Flame, though. I don't think that's him normally. I think he is a very logical person.
He only loses his head over Flame.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think Ravenclaw still fits him. But yeah, for Manuela, she's very emotionally driven and does do brash things. And she is brave. She bravely deals with all the sick and injured every day and doesn't complain. Yeah, and many of those people were her students, which is, I mean, you gotta be courageous to go into medicine.
Yeah, you can't have a weak constitution and make it as a physician.
Also, I would like to point out that she goes to confront Yuritsa because that's how she gets stabbed. Because she finds the mask and she goes to confront him, knowing full well that he could be the one responsible, and she goes off alone and gets stabbed. So I don't know. Chat's making a good case for Gryffindor.
I think what is going to convince me is how apt she is to act on emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably say that she could go to Gryffindor too.
Yeah, I think I'm more leaning that way as well.
All right, well, Gryffindor has a house leader now.
Yeah, because Catherine's not it.
It's the head of house. No, Catherine's definitely not it.
Catherine's too busy following Rhea around. She doesn't have time to be house leader.
Yeah.
All right.
Rhea.
Now we have Rhea herself.
Jail.
Directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200, Rhea.
I mean, either Slytherin or jail.
Those are your options.
Those are her options. Like I see nothing else.
Here's the thing. Again, it's another instance of we don't know what she was like before the events of Three Houses. So she could have been, or I think she might have been more of a Gryffindor before everything went down.
Yeah, like Saros.
Mm-hmm.
Saros would probably belong in Gryffindor. So if it's Saros
From what we
Rhea
see
in the time of the War of the Elites, she would probably go to Gryffindor. But now,
I don't know though, because she is super motivated by vengeance though. So
Slytherins are motivated by vengeance.
that's what I mean. Saros. Like in the opening scene when she's like beating the shit out of Nemesis. I mean that look in her
like
face.
the moment though.
Oh yeah, you think? Like that was her
like,
moment
after Sothis was killed. That would have been her turning point, and it actually is. That's the act that kind of precipitates everything else that leads up to the conditions that we're dealing with in Three Houses in the era that the game takes place in.
Mm-hmm.
And prior to that, maybe she would have fallen into Gryffindor, but
I think
after
she could have,
that happens.
Yeah. I think she could have fallen into any of them, to be honest, because we just don't have enough information. The only thing we see is the very beginning of the game where she is like ready to fuck up Nemesis, and like the soldier that dies next to her, and she just doesn't even flinch. Like at this point, she's fucking, she's ready. So yeah, I think maybe the death of Sothis and also her siblings, because she was the only survivor of that massacre. So I think that might have been what changed her. Maybe not. Again, we don't really know what she was like beforehand. I really would like to, but we don't know. So, but now I would say she is probably more Slytherin because she is very cunning. She puts on this facade. She puts on this like very just sweet kind of personality, but there's something underneath that kind of makes you uncomfortable because you know that there's something like there's a darkness there. And if she finally unleashes it, you're like, oh, well then. So I would say Slytherin. Also, I mean, she made a religion to herself. Like, she literally made a religion.
Yeah, she made a religion to herself. And, oh, yeah.
Based around herself.
She's, she's psychopathically loyal to her mom. Which loyalty leads her to the experimentation. She does vile things. In the name of bringing her mother back to life, which is very Slytherin. I mean, that she does some shit that like would give Voldemort a pretty decent run for his money.
I mean, she does have our dead mom's corpse chilling in a basement for no reason for like 20 years. And again, how is she preserved? Like, she would have to preserve it. So what she did, she go down there every once in a while and like do a spell or something? Like, why do you have this corpse here? There's no reason. It's not explained. Like, why does she keep the corpse?
That's a straight up attempt at necromancy. And I mean, it is. And
even Sedith is very put off by it because when he finds Geralt's diary, he doesn't know what Rhea did, but Sedith is like, what is going on? What did you do? And he's very uncomfortable and suspicious of her. So even Sedith is like, no.
Yeah, and she has such dark magic going on. Yeah, the meat dragon, just like Tim said, like that thing that what's his face turns into, like that's some dark shit. And she's just like, I don't even care. Like, I have the mastery over this magic, and even though it's horrible and evil, I'ma do it because I can.
That is interesting because you would think Rhea being the archbishop, that she would only excel in white magic, and I believe she excels in both, doesn't she? Like
she
her
does.
traits? And punching. Which is hilarious.
But yeah, she is definitely not like a white witch. She is a dark witch.
Also, can we talk about the fact that she literally gives members of the church her blood? I mean, she lets them drink her blood, high officials of the church. And then when she goes berserk in church route, so do they. She had to have known that was a risk. She knew that was going to
happen. That's why she did that.
Right? Like, so she's still giving people crests and perpetuating it, which is kind of, you know what I mean? She's also very manipulative.
Yeah. And like the whole, she's definitely manipulative.
Yeah.
And she even like transplants souls. Who else does that?
Yeah.
Who else can you think of that implanted souls in objects and people and everything else lying around? Like,
the other thing is she didn't seem to really care what effect it would have on the vessel. So, I mean, she was experimenting. She didn't know. Poor Citri was very weak, as far as we know, like physically weak because of the experiments that she did. And, well, like, what was she gonna do if Sothis's consciousness appeared? Would that have killed Citri? Like, would Citri have disappeared, like her consciousness, if Sothis took over? Would they have both coexisted? I don't know if Rhea knew the answer to that, and I don't think she cared.
I don't think they would have, because she's prepared for when Byleth sits on the throne, she's prepared for Byleth to cease to exist and be replaced by Sothis.
Which is all kinds of fucked up.
So, people really mean nothing to Rhea.
Just her mom.
Life has no value to Rhea unless it is that of herself and,
I mean, she doesn't
maybe Sedith and Flane, but
she doesn't seem to care about them either. She seems to care about what other people can do for her, them.
Yeah.
Like how they are of use to her. And maybe that's because of all the trauma that she's been through, which is understandable. I mean, it's not okay, but it's understandable. The other thing is, we don't even know if Sothis would have approved of all this. You know what I mean? Like, we only see Sothis as a child. We never see Sothis as an adult or as the goddess that she was. So we don't really know what kind of person she was. So she may be horribly against this whole thing. We don't know.
As far as we know, Sothis was a benevolent goddess. Like, she wasn't a deity that would have approved of all of these terrible things. And I just lost what I was gonna say, but yeah, Rhea just like does not seem to care about the value of life. She has one goal.
Yeah, and it's also kind of weird that she is like, she'll romance Byleth.
That is all kinds of fucked up, and that is where she goes to prison.
Because, like, so you're telling me if Sothis had taken over Byleth's conscience, like, would she still have, I don't know.
She, in all these hundreds of years, she has definitely developed, like, all kinds of twisted, like, romantic feelings for her own mom, and that is
Sothis sounded like she didn't care for anything Rhea was saying to Byleth and told Byleth to be very wary of her. I always thought that was super funny that Rhea's like, you know, always talking about the goddess and how great she is, and then eventually like her mother, and Sothis is like, don't trust that bitch.
Yeah.
Which
I forgot about that too.
I do wonder if that is because of Sothis having no memories, or if that is just because Sothis does have some kind of like feeling about Rhea. Like, I wonder if that is carried over from when she lived. You know what I mean? I would really be interested to know what their relationship was like when Sothis was alive. I've said before, but I headcanon that Rhea was like the least favorite child and was always trying to kind of get Sothis's attention and, you know, get her favor. And that's why she's doing all this. That's kind of my personal headcanon, but I would really like to know what their relationship was like. From what I remember, Sothis doesn't even seem to remember Rhea. No, she has no memories. We truly cannot even confirm that they're blood related, except for Rhea's own words. Oh, that's true too.
And you know, you always have a choice, even though like, yeah, terrible things happen to her. You always have a choice because terrible things happen to a lot of the characters in this game, and they don't become incestuous necromancers. So,
what a statement.
You always have a choice.
The other thing is, Rhea made 12 vessels? What happened to the other 11? Did they live natural lives? Did she kill them when they didn't work out? Like, were they weaker than Citri? You know what I mean? Like, we don't know, but that's a lot of bodies to make, vessels to make.
My, like, terrible, grotesque headcanon is that, like, probably the first, like, 1 to 4 were, like,
zombies?
Just almost like a non-functional kind of, like, homunculi. Just
like a shell?
Yeah, just like Lovecraftian kind of non-beings. And then she got a little better at it. And it was probably around 6 or 7 that they started to actually, like, live and being
very
like
creepy
normal
to think
and
about.
passive, like passable humans or whatever they were.
Maybe in Three Hopes we'll see Rhea's science lab.
Is that a meth lab?
Incestuous Necromancer sounds like a good username. Oh god. Have you guys seen Alien Resurrection like that? I have not. Eco has probably.
I have, but for some reason I don't remember it at all.
Usually when transplants don't work, it leads to rejection and death. Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, did she just put the heart in the body and then they just died? Because that's messed up. I don't know. Anyway, Rhea's a Slytherin. She only cares about herself. She is very cunning and manipulative and all that. Also, she's an Azkaban for necromancy. She's both.
All the Ripley alien failed clones. Man, the movie. Oh, is that the bad one? Yeah, I have no memory of Alien Resurrection. I know I've seen it, but I don't remember it at all.
Okay. What about Sothis? I have no idea for Sothis. We don't really, like, even though she's...
What is Sothis? Like, she can't be a student.
Well, maybe she was at one time. I don't know. Sothis is hard because, again, we don't have a lot of information. We know that she's kind of a petulant child in Byleth's head, and that's about it.
I got nothing for her.
Sothis is, as an adult, is probably a Hufflepuff, but young Sothis is probably a Ravenclaw or Gryffindor with her passion for singing, dance, and socialization. Sothis wouldn't attend school. She just doesn't give a fuck about the mortal world. Well, and that's the other thing. We don't know adult Sothis at all. Sothis, you're going back into the pile. I don't know what to do with you. Now it's time to put some people in jail. You get to go to jail. You get to go to jail. You're definitely going to jail. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. You have no personality. You're going to jail.
Wait, who is that?
Which one?
That one.
Titties. Does that jog your memory?
Yep.
You're definitely going to jail, you creep. You're going
God.
to jail. You're going to jail for your hair.
Tier?
What?
You're Jail for your hair. Oh my god.
Oh, you're going to jail. I mean, I don't know what you were like before you were evil and someone stole your face, but I don't care.
Who is
you're going to
that?
jail.
I can't even see
Tomas,
these people. Oh, Tomas, who's the actual
who's this
other
guy? Yeah, but we don't know what he was like before he
Right.
had his face stolen. Same with Monica, so they're both in jail.
Nemesis should go to jail too. He's down in the bottom.
Oh, Nemesis, you're
left.
going to jail. He'd be a Slytherin, though. Let's see, who's this? Plague Doctor, you're probably going to jail. I don't know. Who is this?
I don't
Who's
know.
this person? Oh, Rhea, Dragon Rhea goes to jail.
Dragon Rhea goes to jail.
Oh, you're going to jail.
Oh, there's Pumbaa.
You're definitely going to jail.
Who is that? I can't even see.
Arendelle.
Oh, yeah. Again, we really should have had a kill tier.
Oh, this is the merchant?
Oh my gosh.
Is he?
Is he?
Are you sure?
I don't know.
I can't tell.
Gatekeeper goes straight to Hufflepuff because
This one is this Gatekeeper?
Yeah, that's Gatekeeper.
Hufflepuff.
He can
I would
go
agree
there
with that.
and cheer on Marianne and Flane.
Many things.
I just legit don't know. I mean, Byleth and Byleth, again, I got nothing with. It's like the same as Sothis.
They're sort of an amalgamation of all the houses, and also it depends on the route and also your play style, I think.
They're like nothing and everything at the same time, so they can't really be classified.
Hold on. Let's make another tier. Okay, this is the OP tier.
Outside of time.
Yeah, so they get to go there, and so does Sothis. OP. Okay. Flame Emperor is probably in jail. Yeah, that's fair. Although Flame Emperor wouldn't get caught, bitches. Do we have a dead tier? Because, like, Edelgard's dad's very dead. I don't...
Oh, that's Edelgard's dad?
Yeah.
This screen is just too small for me to see who the rest of these people are, but when I don't recognize them immediately. So I know these are probably, yeah, like a bunch of the NPCs and the other nobles and shit.
Yeah, I think Ladislava would probably be Gryffindor.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What about Randolph? Do you think he'd be Gryffindor too?
Yeah.
I can't. Oh, hold on.
Just put them all up there with Edelgard.
Yeah. Then we have his little sister. I think she'd be Gryffindor.
Yeah.
They're all together. They don't have a lot of personality, unfortunately. They have a little bit, but we're sorting them based off of what we see. All right, who's this? Is this me, Toady? I can't tell.
Toady, it is.
Wasn't his name me, Toady? Jail. Jail for your hair. I don't know who you are. Who's this bowl cut? Who is this?
Know.
You look shady. You're going to jail. I don't know who you are.
This justice system is so corrupted. You're going to jail for your name. You're going to jail for your facial hair. You're going to jail because I don't like the way you looked at me.
Judith is definitely Gryffindor. Okay.
Oh, Judith, right.
Judith, Gryffindor.
One of them is
right.
Rodrigue.
Jail. Bad father. He could go hang out with Gilbert in jail.
Citri. Is that Citri on the right?
Yeah, this is Citri.
Citri goes to Hufflepuff. She's a pure soul.
I would have said Ravenclaw. Didn't she was she a reader? I can't remember. I thought she...
yeah, all she could do was read.
Yeah, because she was really weak.
Was physically disadvantaged, but I don't know. I just put all of the pure people in Hufflepuff, but
I don't think
She could go to Ravenclaw because she was also.
I'd say
very,
OP.
like...
She gave birth to Byleth. OP.
Okay.
All right. Who's this guy? Is in. I don't remember this guy.
The lion.
Jail. I don't know. Muggle. You can be a Muggle. How about that?
I don't know who you are. You're going somewhere at the bottom.
We see him for like 2 seconds, okay?
Yeah.
Listen.
Emperor Horesvelg is dead.
Well, we don't have a dead one. Hold on, dead. Dead. Okay. You're dead. You're dead. I mean, I killed you, so I guess you're dead too. You're probably dead. Who's this?
That's, shit. That's Lonato.
Oh, he's dead.
He's
Ash killed him.
dead.
Dead. I mean, to be fair, a lot of these characters would be dead.
The next one needs to go to jail because of his facial hair.
Oh, okay. That's Nadir, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think it is.
That next guy looks shady as hell, but I don't know who he is.
I don't either.
Who was Nader?
You guys are OP. You're fucking dragon turtles. You're going. That's Indec and Macule.
They go
get
in the OP tier.
Yeah. I'll make you bright blue. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, I'm seeing that Nader doesn't deserve to go to jail, but I don't remember who he was.
He was in Golden Deer. Like, is he related to Claude? Well,
if he's not in jail, he's probably just a muggle.
Muggle. I don't know. You're shady. You're going to jail.
That's what I would have done.
It's suspected that he's related to Claude? Okay. He's a general from Claude's home country. Okay, well, he can be a muggle then. That's fine. Alois is the only squib.
Well, he shouldn't have made up an entire family. Then he wouldn't have been a squib.
He did it to compensate for his lack of magic. Claude's mentor, in a sense. He took care of him back in Elmira. He may or may not be directly related. Okay, well then he can be a muggle. He doesn't need to be in jail. The rest of you, jail. Actually, Alfric is fucking dead. So
he is dead.
Wait, he's dead in jail. There.
He's dead in jail.
I can't put him in both.
Wow. All right. I can't believe we got through all those people.
I mean, I guess Tomas would be dead, and so would Monica, since their faces were stolen. So yeah. I guess we can put them in dead.
I'm surprised that Kronia wasn't on here. Oh, never mind.
Kronia's right here, and she's in jail.
Again, having a little trouble seeing, but yeah.
Everyone's sorted except for the Flame Emperor who's on the run. On the run. Cannot be caught.
Wow, I love how we went from
Bandit Lord is dead. Oh yeah, you're dead. You're fucking dead. Get in the dead category.
So is Solon.
Well, yeah, but we're leaving his corpse in jail as a reminder.
He's primarily in jail.
Yeah. I mean, depending on what route, a lot of these people are dead, to be fair.
Yeah.
Nemesis was dead, but then he was a zombie, so that's why he's in Azkaban.
Dear God, I forgot about the zombie Nemesis.
Rodrigue's dead too. Yeah, I guess you're dead. Gilbert's alone again.
He's alone by his own choice.
Pretty much.
He had like 4 years to reconnect with his daughter, and he chose to just mope and carve puppets instead. So, what a freak. I think Kita's dead. Oh, there she is.
He chose to be alone and carve puppets. What is he, fucking Geppetto?
That's what he does.
Gilbert,
That's one of
I
his
think
items.
not. I think you mean Geppetto.
He just carves wooden puppets. You give him like he says that he does, doesn't he? I didn't make that up.
No, he does. It's just really funny.
Oh, okay. You had me
He
scared
does.
there. I was like, did I
No, you
make
find
up
his
this
creepy-
creepy reality for this guy?
No, I did that with the Death Knight. No, you find one of his weird puppets.
Yeah.
You have to give it back to him. The guy with mutton chops next to the black hat person was the villain in Anna's Paralogue, and the guy in the reunion chapter at the time skip. This guy?
Oh, that's where I
Oh.
know that bowl cut from.
Pilardo. Isn't that his name, Pilardo?
Oh, I thought you just said Lardo.
No! I did not. I'm not fat shaming
Pilardo.
the prisoners. I'm pretty sure his name is Pilardo.
I think you're right.
I think they mention
Oh,
his carvings
Jesus
are
Christ.
terrible. Do they? Good.
Oh, just like the rest of him.
Terrible. I mean, Miklon is technically dead. A lot of these people are technically dead. Granya's dead. You're dead. I don't know. They're somewhere in between
No,
dead and
primarily he needs to be in jail.
jail. Even dead, you're still in jail. You too.
You're gonna serve out your 500-year sentence no matter what.
I mean,
no
under
necromancy
Rhea,
for you.
under Rhea, I could see that. She's like, your sentence is 5,000 years,
Oh yeah.
and you will serve it. Rhea'd bring him back to life just so they could keep serving their sentence. She's got to practice her necromancy somewhere.
Oh my god. I bet that's
That's a
how she was
thought.
doing it.
Yo, that's an interesting thought. Maybe she was.
All those people that she was sending to the dungeons to be executed, she was practicing turning them into vessels.
I bet. Necromancy. I think Rhea would just straight up kill them. Prison life is too merciful. I don't know. In Rhea's dungeon, I think it'd be pretty rough.
Yeah, this is not a prison system you want to be in.
No. No.
Mutton chops guy. Wow. Yeah, and I do love how we went from like having very extensive debates about individual characters for 20 or 30 minutes to just being like, yeah, these 20 people, they're all in jail. Just jail right now.
That's why I was saving them.
Oh wait, these 8 of them are dead? Yeah. Yeah, and I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like once we got through the church, I was like, I don't remember shit about these people. So if you have notes
Are
prepared
you kidding?
on
You
all
don't
of them,
remember? You don't remember this man or this man and how integral they were to the plot? This shady
I
person?
now that I know that his name was Metody, then now I remember him because who the fuck has the name Metody? That's not a name.
And that's one of those things where you're like, you know, his dad when he was born was like looking around and he's like, meh, meh, and then he sees a toad. He's like, Metody. Yeah. That's a good name. Tim, I got up to go to the bathroom and came back and 20 people are in jail. And a dragon.
Oh, that's not going to work out very well for the rest of them.
Well, Rhea's got to eat, you know?
Ray got to eat.
Rhea got to eat. I wonder how many, like, people she would have to eat to be full. At least one, right? Maybe more than that.
More than the amount that we gave her. Oh, the masked lady from Abyss? She's not in here.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because that's not her. Well, this has been an adventure.
What do you think, guys? Did we make fair choices? I think we did. I think we thought through a lot of these and even changed our minds. We even put some to the vote.
And everyone else went to jail.
And everyone else went to jail. Well, you know, once...
Were you gonna finish that thought?
We did it. Jail.
Oh, Discord just cut out whatever you said.
Oh,
so
no.
it made it sound like you were starting to say something important.
I said once your judge and jury are tired and they don't even know your name, it's just like, I don't care.
Now Quidditch teams. Umbreons wants to do Quidditch teams.
Oh, Christ.
You mean like for each house or just in general? Who would be on the Quidditch teams?
Well, there aren't enough students in Ravenclaw to make a full Quidditch team, so I guess Hanneman better get on that broomstick and get the fuck up there.
He would, though. I mean, he's a mage.
Sedith's not going to do it. Quidditch is far too below him.
No, Sedith is the referee.
Yeah.
For sure. Sedith is Madam Hooch.
Now I want a nice, clean game.
He's just like constantly yelling at everyone for fouling Flane, and she's like across the field and is not even being touched.
She's not even playing. She's just in the stands.
She's in the stands. All right, hold on. Oh, God. Okay, look, Fortnite skin sounds way too much like foreskin, and if you combine, I just don't like
I
it.
didn't expect that. I was just looking at that face on that guy over to the right side.
Anyway, I need to find the one that waifu tier list. Okay, here, this is the one that we were using, I think. No, that's what? S tier rank, what the where would I rank you? E, maybe? Like
Yeah, you look like an E.
who the where am I gonna put Raiden? Like, okay. Oh, okay, so
50 more monsters.
Jeez. Then we got the lovely zombies from Remire Village representing. I love that.
Oh, those are the Remire zombies? I thought that guy was just really shook. The screen's just way too small. I can't see anything.
No. There's Saros. Okay, this is not the correct one. I need to find the... I think it's this one. No, this still isn't right.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to find the one that I just had, because I was going to save this and put it in the Discord.
Oh, you can't just... There was a button to save it.
Yeah.
Save download.
Wait. Here we go. New tab.
Or just take a screenshot of it.
New tab. The hell? I don't want this. Create your own ranking. Thank you. Okay, reset. All right. Remire Zombies S tier. Hi, Chaos Piper. There's too many characters. Can you imagine if I started with that and I was like, alrighty.
Dude, I would log off.
Are you ready to sort this random monster? Okay, Umbreons, you wanted Quidditch teams? I don't know. I don't think we can for specific houses, so we'll just do like team 1. Team 1, team 2, and I don't know if we'll have a team 3. Depends. All right. All right, so
I am gonna have to go to bed here soon.
Okay. I don't think this is going to take nearly as long. We're not really going to have to debate this.
I have to be at work early tomorrow.
This is important. Just tell your boss that you were putting Fire Emblem Three Houses characters.
I'm sorry I was late to the manager meeting for managers. I was ranking Fire Emblem characters into Quidditch teams, so
That's right.
know,
so
kind of an obligation.
Caspar is on the team. I think he'd be a chaser, maybe. Yeah, this is going to be a yes-no approach. This is not going to be a deep analysis of each character and their Quidditch team abilities. Alfric is dead.
Alfric doesn't play Quidditch. He's dead. Or a meat dragon.
Dead. You're not playing. Okay.
Cogsworth there. He's fucking dead. I don't even care who he is.
Yeah, you're probably dead too. I don't know. Do you die?
He does die.
Okay, well, we already decided that Seth is gonna ref. Okay.
Manuel is the medic.
Okay. Medic. Now I gotta find her. There she is. I feel like Dorothea would also be a medic. We need more than one. Ingrid is definitely on a team. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Ingrid can be on team 2. I think Ferdinand would play because he would want to like, you know, be important.
Would Felix play or is he above Quidditch?
I don't think Felix is a team sports kind of guy.
No, that's probably right. He's off training.
Yeah. I think Ash would play.
Oh yeah, Ash would love playing. So would Raphael.
Would Raphael like to fly though?
Oh.
The question.
That's a point. Sylvain would because he would want the
he'd want to get the girls.
Prestige. Yeah, he'd want the ladies. This hot Quidditch ladies.
That's right. Hilda does nothing.
Hilda would never.
No.
Claude would though.
Claude would. He'd be team captain.
Bernie, no way in hell.
No. Bernie is far away from all this nonsense. So is Hubert. Hubert definitely would not be playing. Leonie would, though.
Yep.
Leonie would definitely play.
Lorenz would not play because his face might get messed up.
He wouldn't want to get dirty. He wouldn't want to get his clothes dirty. He does have a Bane against flying that might push him off the team. Raphael, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think he would.
Yeah, that's true. Ferd will only play if Edelgard plays. Which is a good point. Is Edelgard going to play? I think she would. She would want to.
I think she would want to, and I think Hubert would try to stop her and then be super stressed in the stands the whole time.
Yep. Oh, Petra. That's a good one. Petra
definitely.
Would.
Petra, there you are. Petra would definitely play. Linhart is asleep under the stands, would not play.
Shamir's the second ref.
You're dead. Get in there. Shamir's the second ref. Okay. Ignatz would not play.
Who am I looking at? So would Annette and Mercy play, or would they just like to sit and watch together?
I don't think Mercy would like to play. Annette might, but I don't know. Mom would be another medic. I could see her being a medic, but I could also see her hanging out with Annette in the stands. I think Balthus would play.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Balthus would play. Byleth would probably play, and it would be unfair. Just like in the in the like class tournament battle.
And she wouldn't understand why it was unfair.
I don't think she would care, to be honest. Because, like, none of the other teachers play after Manuela's injured, right? I think it's just Byleth.
Yep.
So
that's true.
I think Dimitri would play.
Oh, yeah. He would, and that means Dadu would.
Yep. So there's one team.
There's a team. Who else would Constance play?
That's a good question. See, I don't think Marianne would
Or
play.
Happy?
And I don't think Lysithia would play just because it's a physical thing. Like, I think she would...
She's got better things to do anyway.
Yeah. She'd
like
be
eat
studying.
Sweets.
She'd be eating
She'd
sweets
steal
somewhere.
cake while everyone else is in the stands. Oh, that's a good point. There's too much sun for Connie.
Oh, yeah, Connie can't play unless it's raining. Hold on. Connie's an alt.
Oh my god. Can you imagine that? If it's a sunny day, she's just on the ground sitting on the broomstick.
All right, we got alts.
I am not worthy of flight. Surely I will only drag down my team. I will sit here and await for a bludger to put me out of my misery.
Oh my gosh. Poor Constance.
Ignatz isn't playing. He's painting a picture of the match.
Yeah. Which would be difficult because people keep moving.
Let the bludger come from my face. All right, we just need one more.
I think Yuri would play.
Oh, fuck, I forgot Yuri. Yeah, he would, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yuri would play and cheat.
Yeah, he would, though. I think he would. I think he and Balthus would have, like, a rivalry going.
Yeah. Wait, Rhea's ass? What?
What? What about Rhea's ass?
Wait, let the bludger come for Rhea's ass?
What?
Wildcat just said, or Rhea's ass, and I don't know what it was connected to. Oh, Ignatz is painting Rhea's ass. Yeah, he's behind that section of the stands that's for the professors, painting Rhea's ass.
Oh, God. You think Rhea's gonna watch?
Oh, Rhea would. Yeah, she would totally watch.
What, in the hopes that someone get injured?
I was just gonna say, she would be watching, secretly hoping that one of the students would die.
Well, he's dead. He can't play. He's also an adult. I mean, so is Byleth, but, you know. And Balthus is more of an adult than Byleth. No. We have our teams. I think Annette might be an alternate.
She would be an alt.
Yeah. Anna would be betting on the match.
Yep.
Definitely. Alois would be trying to give it tips, but he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So no one's listening to him. Bernie is hiding under the stands. Close to where Linhardt is, probably sleeping, I would say.
Alois
I could also
off
see Catherine reffing.
Catherine would... Yeah, I could see Catherine reffing and getting distracted from reffing by just getting angry.
Yeah.
Because the bet she took with Anna is going against her.
And then Sedith is like, this is a conflict of interest. You can't bet on the match. You're the referee.
How many times have I told you faculty are prohibited from betting on student matches?
Yeah, well, how else is Catherine going to get her diaper fund? It's not like Rhea's paying her very well. Felix would be a possible unwilling sub. Different context. Yeah, Felix, I could see Sylvain
Oh my God.
bugging Felix to be an alternate.
I'm a little bit slow. It's midnight 30. And that one took a few seconds.
Did you just say it's midnight 30?
It's midnight 30.
Weird. Midnight 30. Flayn would insist on playing but wouldn't be allowed, so she'd be an alt that never plays. Yeah, poor Flayn is always on the bench.
Oh, how sad. Like he lets her practice and like lets her like be on there because, well, you wanted to be part of the team, Flayn. You are part of the team.
Brother.
I never said I would allow you to play a match.
This is akin to giving your younger sibling a controller that's not plugged in.
That's exactly what it is.
Poor Flayn. Gatekeeper would be a ref.
He gives her a broomstick that like Harry has in the photo of him when he's a really little boy, and it only gets like 3 feet off the ground.
Yeah, it just won't go any higher because he doesn't trust that she won't fall. All right, Gatekeeper can ref. You're dead, Nemesis. You don't get to play. I think Sothis would wait. We need a commentator, right? Sothis would definitely do that, but no one could hear her except for Byleth, which would be very annoying. As Byleth is trying to play. Comment. Your comment. Good enough. Gilbert isn't even there. No, Annette's gonna go play and Gilbert is gonna be an absent father. He's off carving a fucking puppet somewhere. She's like, did you see my goal? And he's like, no, I wasn't there. I'm a bad dad, but I'm not gonna do anything about it.
Who are you again?
Can you imagine Yuritsa commentating?
Oh, Christ.
He signed up for it, and Seth is like, but we have no one else.
The Bludgers are particularly bloodthirsty today.
Alois and Death Knight, the commentator powerhouse. Oh my gosh, they would do it together. So like Alois would be telling all his dad jokes, and then Yuritsa would just be talking about death the whole time. And how likely it is that the students are gonna die. Giving Seth immense anxiety.
Is that lightning I see on the horizon? I do hope so. And Eloise is just like, wow, those thunderstorms really make me think of my wife. Have I ever told you about the time that we went camping? All of us, a family.
Eloise is definitely giving too much detail to where you know it's a fucking lie. Because he like keeps referring to them.
My daughter does love watching a good Quidditch match, don't you think?
Oh my god.
I had a mental breakdown.
I think Gerald would pull the cord on Eloise's mic and sabotage it.
He's in the middle of a story. The last time I went camping with my wife, I sting, and like he's unplugged the microphone.
Oh man. Eco needs to be Alois's voice from now on. Oh. Hanneman's just like telling everyone about how crests influence your Quidditch ability. Hilda's just happy to be there because then she doesn't have to do any chores. But she's definitely not playing, although she'd be a great player.
She would be a great player. She probably is because she plays for fun when she just wants to.
Yeah.
But as soon as it becomes like a dedication to a team, she don't have no time for that.
Yeah, no. She just dips.
Let's see, who all is up there? That's why Felix is an alt. Because Claude tried to get her to be the alt for his team. And
yeah, good luck with that.
She somehow twisted Felix into doing it for her.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
Good night, stargazing.
Good night, stargazing.
At some point, Yaritza just turns to him and goes, "What is your wife's name?" What? Her name. What is it?
Is it sorbet?
Urgle Grew.
Urgle Grew? Wow.
And Hanneman's over there like, Rhea doesn't even want to be there. She just has to be there, like, for the same reason that Dumbledore does. Like, you think he cares about the fucking Quidditch match? Like, no. He has a Voldemort to foil. But he has to be
has a bunch of children to prepare to foil Voldemort.
He just has to be there for the sake of appearances. So Rhea's like, imagine it's in terrible fucking weather. Like, it's a match in late November, and it's, like, cold and rainy. And Rhea's already a reptile, so, like, she doesn't do cold weather, okay? And she's out there, like, bundled up in all of her thick robes, and Hanneman's just chattering away beside her. Have I told you the details of my latest study about the influence of crests in Quidditch performance? She's
It's
just
kind
like,
of
fucking kill me.
It's kind of amazing that he got hired, because I feel like Rhea would not have a lot of time for Hanneman. Although I do think that she might have hired him to keep an eye on him.
Yes, I've thought about that too, that she just wanted to keep an eye on what he was doing, because she was afraid that if somebody probed too far, I mean, somebody invented a printing press and she had them killed. She probably ate them herself. Like,
yeah, she was hungry. You know, you get it.
Ray is watching to see Byleth changing into Sothis mid-match.
Well, that takes on a certain level of creep. She gets impatient and turns into dragon mode.
Oh, you know, Quidditch matches just go on, like, infinitely until somebody catches the snitch.
Yeah.
Like, no one's getting it because they all suck. And she's like, I'll end this match myself.
She eats the snitch. I mean, she wouldn't need a broom. She can just fly.
Is that spelled with one L or two? What, Urkel grew? I have no idea.
You're dead. You can't play. I just needed to do that. I feel like Gerald will be all like proud of Byleth, you know, like sports dad.
Gerald would love it. He's 100% sports dad.
Yeah. He's like getting pissed on anybody who's betting against her team.
Yeah, Catherine down there.
No,
she bets like
Gerald
500
would be,
gold.
Gerald would be getting in a fight with Catherine for her calls. He'd be that dad.
Oh my god, he would be that dad.
Yeah, he'd be like, what are you? Blood!
He'd be the one throwing his lawn chair out onto the field and storming, "What are you doing? You're fucking out of your mind!"
Yeah. He'd be that angry sports dad. But he would bring Gatorade for all the players. You know. In a
Takes
cooler.
them out for ice cream, even if they lose.
Yeah.
Because
they're
his
all,
little girl is on the team.
They're all like adults. Catherine is the ref who's flagging Byleth at every chance just because Rhea is only eyeing Byleth. Oh my gosh, this is becoming more and more of a soap opera. But yes, accurate.
Byleth would be the seeker too.
Yeah, for sure.
Catherine flags her for hitting the bludger into the stands. She's just like up there. She's like, I don't even have a club. Somebody has to hold Gerald back.
Yeah, Gerald and Catherine are getting in a fight. Sedith is trying to break it up. Rhea's looking mildly interested from the stands, like, oh, drama. I do love drama. Get them pizza if they win the tournament. Yes, that would be Gerald.
And there's Yuritsa. A fight has broken out on the pitch. Perhaps my broomstick will taste blood this day.
That sounds really gross. Just because of where a broomstick is.
Oh no! Okay. Oh yeah, that's not good. You don't want a bloody broomstick in Quidditch. That has horrible implications.
Also, like splinters. I hope that there are no splinters happening.
I mean, not off the ones that Lucius Malfoy buys, that's for sure. But those ones that are just down in the school broom shed, I don't know. I don't know if I would put that between my legs. You don't know where it's been.
What
too.
A great
like,
statement.
How well do they clean them, really? I mean, they are wooden.
I'm hoping that they clean them very well.
Like,
I feel like
at least is it entrusted to a wizard, like the team captain or somebody, as long as it's not Filch, because he's a squib, so he's really probably just like giving it a little squirt with Lysol and being done with it.
I don't want to hear about Filch giving anything a squirt. I'll tell you that right now.
Ah. There's a lacquer spell.
Maybe they're self-cleaning.
Self-cleaning broomsticks.
Why not?
Little squirt.
Anyway, Lorenzo's dad definitely comes to the matches and then berates him for not being on the team.
For not being on the team.
Like every time he comes back and he's like, I thought you joined the team. Brianna, I'm sorry.
Aw. You told me you were going to join the team this year. Oh, did I? I can't play sport ball, father. Look at my pretty face.
Sport ball? Meanwhile, Leonie's over there nursing a broken nose. Gilbert doesn't go anytime Annette is actually on the field. Absolutely. But then when she's not, you'll see him in the stands carving a sad puppet.
And every time she looks for him. And he's never there.
Well, that's why he was in jail. So it's fine.
That's why. 16 years of child support. That's got to be a lot of gold.
That would be a lot of gold. It's a long time with no child support.
He carries his own bush around to hide behind it. Like Solid Snake. Oh my god, I forgot we had that emote. Jesus Christ. I can hear Kita laughing, but Discord cut out.
Well, Eco does have to go to work tomorrow. So, there you go. I hope that you enjoyed this different stream.
This was different. It was really fun for me. I hope you guys liked it. We weren't sure because it obviously no gameplay, just chatting the whole time. I don't have to go to work, but I have to get up for work. So yeah, I don't think we have any like other ideas immediately for other streams like this, but we know that we would like to try some different stuff. So
yeah,
if you guys like this and you had fun listening, I'm all down for this because I've been actually downstairs. I'm not sitting beside Kita right now, and it's just a little more comfortable.
It gets really warm in here, especially with an extra person.
It's very hot, and I have to lean in at a weird angle just to get my face close enough to the microphone so you guys can hear me. So I've just been down here like at my desk watching through Discord screen share, and it's just a lot more comfortable. I don't start getting kind of antsy and irritable after a few hours, and this was just so different. Like, I just had fun. So thank you for having me on.
You're welcome.
Oh, I thought she disappeared again.
No.
Sure, we can think of something terrible. It'd be fun to do again. My brain is numb now. I'm gonna take that as you had fun.
I had a terrible time.
This was fantastic. Good. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah, something a little different. So we'll have to think up some stuff, and I mean, we had talked a while about maybe doing some kind of a podcast, but I don't know if that would work in stream form. I think that could be really interesting. Like just talking about, I don't know, shows or something. I always really like podcasts that kind of do summaries of TV shows and episodes, and I think those are fun to listen to. So I don't know. We'll talk about it.
Shows,
next time we put them through the Hunger Games simulator. Oh my god. I have not. There's a Hunger Games simulator. My goodness.
Yeah, we could talk about shows, movies, books, life.
Life.
People.
This is the life podcast.
Viewers.
You talk about viewers?
Yeah, it's like, all right, so we're doing this tonight, and we'll check the list to see who's not here, and we'll just talk about them.
That's a great idea. Yeah, you know that Tim, man. The worst. Just
I'm
shit
kidding,
talk
of course.
everyone.
That will not happen. Just shit talk about everybody.
Well, tomorrow, Kat's going to be joining me for some Hamtaro.